What's going on, Banditos? And we're live Monday, August 15th. Hey, I'm looking at some new assault rifles. We need to, I guess, recheck which is going to be our best burst assault rifle going forward into season 10. Let's figure it out together. Rock and roll, let's roll. What's poppin'? What's going on, Banditos? I am looking forward to today's stream. I've been talking about assault rifles all week. We've technically been running them all week too. And part of me was saying, like, I feel like we need to do another AR DPS check. What's poppin'? What's poppin', Reaper? What's poppin', Juani? Rob, Hawkins, Chevy, Bam Boy, Sick Jim. Sick Jim is the fastest draw in the West, boy. Sick Jim is always first, man. You guys need to step up your effing game. When it comes to YouTube and jumping on first to chat, I've never seen anybody as fast as Sick Jim. This guy is so fast. It's amazing. Amazing. What up, Chaos? What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. So, anyways, that's what we're up to. So props to Sick Jim for being first. And, hey, Juan, this stream's for you, huh? Juan, this is my Juan Solo Bandido build lab. Welcome, everybody. So yeah, we're gonna be working with Juan Solos. Mostly it's because we're gonna be testing some assault rifles. So I'm not too worried about, you know, whether we clear content or don't clear content, whatever. What we're gonna be working on is demonstrations because, like, I've realized, like, you know, we were talking about this a lot last night, whether you might not have been that late in the stream. It was a long stream, it was like 6 or 7 hour stream. And so one of the things is, like, you evolve as a player, right? You evolve as a player. And so sometimes what ends up happening is that, like, you end up picking like your favorite weapon and then you stick with it, and then the game sort of evolves and you evolve with it. So for example, like one example is like we all kind of like Striker for so long, and everybody was kind of running like a 3-piece Striker forever, right? And like, and then they buffed Striker or fixed it, whatever you want to say, and then all of a sudden all these weapons became viable all of a sudden, right? And so for me, when it comes to assault rifles, like the Police M4 and the C-Tar have always been my go-tos. I love these weapons. The C-Tar would technically be my favorite, but it doesn't host an 8x scope, and yeah, it's on the lower side of the damage spectrum, but its RPMs are absolutely amazing, right? So 1080 RPM with the Striker set is fucking fast as ever, you know. And so I really liked it, and so it's more of a mod thing, but like, and for me it handles really well. Like if we just look at, let's go and throw that bad boy on. This one's got rate of fire. Don't worry about damage or anything like that. But like, look at it. I mean, it handles really well, right? Let's put this on invulnerable, actually. And so I've always kind of felt, you know, this is sort of a thing. On paper, technically the Police M4's got better handling than this, but the C-Tar is a fucking laser beam. That's a regular C-Tar. That's not even a rail splitter. Look at that. Come on. All right, now let me switch. And that's pretty good too, but there's a little bit of a pull to the right, and I'm sort of fighting it a little bit, but it's manageable. And so the Police M4 is my go-to. It ends up being my favorite because it can host a more variety of scopes. So, so one that's coming back up for me is like the FAMAS. So I've dismissed the FAMAS because it had really bad handling, but now the Striker is sort of a set that's really top tier, if not the best damage output. Does the FAMAS become more viable for me? So we're gonna check that. Let me clean up a couple of things and then we're gonna test this. Give me a quick second. I gotta pull it out of my stash. This is I crafted some and these suck. So I'm gonna delete these.
everything. I hurt myself.
Pull some better ones over. See, I got better ones, so we're gonna test these.
If I still feel,
And the rail splitter.
I focus on the pain. The only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole. The old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything.
Let me re-roll the talent. We'll go fast hands for fast reload. We go legendary with these, so let's take another one. Sitar, that sitar.
Everything.
Yeah, Chaos, I'm going to. Are you playing? I can go a little bit solo just for, I can go a little solo just until I get these assault rifles tested. It won't take very long because I'm only going to test like 3 or 4 of them, but very casual gameplay. So if you're into some casual gameplay, then yeah, man, let's roll with me. You know, probably about like a half hour or something like that, you know. I don't know if I'm gonna do Golden Bullet anymore though. I might be over Golden Bullet. You know what I mean? It says so if that doesn't bother you. Is Golden Bullet over? Actually, Golden Bullet's over, isn't it? Did it time out early? Yeah, it ended. Okay, it timed out. I knew it was gonna end early, but wow, right? It's quite a bit fucking early, isn't it? All right. So I'm gonna pull this in here. Okay, so here's some of the differences. So we did this a little bit last night. So I'm looking at the pristine example chess piece. I might want to change this for testing purposes because I do want to include the CTAR. And let me tell you why. Okay, so I think, and let me see if this one can take it. So I think that the best scope in the game is, yes, this can't take that scope. See, this CTAR limits you on the scopes, which is just weird. There's absolutely 0 magnifications on any of the scopes they provide for that. So that takes the CTAR off the table, which sort of sucks because it's really good. It's really good. Like, and the reason why it takes it off the table for me is because for solo legendary, I use scopes on a lot of the builds because, you know, A, they're strong. But see this crit chance scope? If I could put that on the CTAR, holy shit, get out the way. Get out the way, banditos, get out the way. This thing is fucking the best scope. The best, this guy here, this little one here. It's the best scope in the game. And I used to be annoyed with it because, you know, you got to click in, click out. And sometimes you know, because I go into fucking panic mode or whatever, like I accidentally click in and I'm like, I don't want to click. And sometimes, you know, or I accidentally click out, you know, because I'm, you know, a spaz or something or whatever. So like, but like, that is so fucking accurate with that little, the way it, instead of the fucking donut reticle, that little pointer reticle is, oh my gosh. It is so accurate. And look at the reload on this fucking thing, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, this is what I'm thinking. So hear me out. Like if the CTAR is my favorite assault rifle because it's 900 RPM and it's got, or it's base 900, it's 1035 with the striker setup, but it's fast. Let's say it's because it's fast as fuck. and it shoots like a laser beam and it's got a fast reload, which means I can run a gun with it really well. If that's my fastest assault rifle that I love, but the only reason why I don't love it or call it my favorite is because it doesn't take a scope, then that puts technically the FAMAS as the runner-up. Again, in the past, I've just chosen the Police M4 because of its handling, but I might be thinking that the FAMAS might be for me because mostly because I've decided that Striker is so fucking amazing. that I'm always using Striker. So the reason why the scopes are important is because I use the shield in Legendary so I can get a wider right-hand view, right? And so I can put out shots without taking shots. And so what we're gonna do is, so the CTAR's off the table, unfortunately, and I wish it wasn't. So we're gonna test some of these where we're gonna pull in a few others too. There's so many assault rifles, and then I'm gonna determine which one is great. And then also, a little later here, we're gonna get into, what up, Josh Carroll? Rob. Looks like you're waiting for your visa, man. Good word. We're gonna try this Good Times too. I was pretty impressed with that. I threw this on, I slapped this on for a minute yesterday, and I was like, oh my God, this is actually an amazing assault rifle. I've never really used it. I mean, it hits over 1 million. You can run the scope on it, which is always a big one for me, right? And then look at that, 1.2 million, over 1.2 on that. And watch the reload. 1.288 million. Holy shit. You know what I mean? Now the problem is that I can see it suppressing it, a lot of people, because one, when you're in scope, it suppresses the enemy. Number two, LMGs suppress the enemy. So we could be like double suppressing and ugh, you know. So anyway, so we're gonna flip to that eventually, but one of the other assault rifles that I want to work on also, or test also, is the P416. So with Striker, the P416 works just like, it feels like the Police M4, but it's just stronger, right? Now it doesn't look a lot stronger because my Police M4 is ranked, right? So I got expertise level 9 on it, which isn't top or anything like that, but I've rolled some into it, so it's higher than it naturally is. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, it's stronger, right? It's stronger and a little bit slower, but not by a ton, right? Less than 100 RPMs. So like if we use this, I mean, look at it, it's a fucking laser beam, right? So anyways, we're gonna have a lot of fun. So let me put on the 8x scope because I'm gonna be running focus with this. So let's just go give these a quick test. Actually, before I go, let me show you the shot patterns. We did this a little bit yesterday, okay? So the recoil pattern. So I'm gonna go no scope. I'm just gonna shoot and then without holding the thumb, and so you can see how it goes. So that's the FAMAS, all right? Now let's switch weapons to the P416 and then see if I can slide over a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna aim there. Now I'm just not holding the thumbsticks. So a little tighter grouping. That's definitely tighter, right? And then let's flip over to the Police M4 real quick. All right, and then I'm gonna shoot here. So the Police M4 has more pull to the right, but pretty tight grouping. It looks like the P416 has got the tightest grouping. It's a little more up, which is easier to control than up and to the right. It's a little bit to the right, but mostly up. And I think that's why the P416 is a really good assault rifle. I like it better than the carbine. They're really close. The carbine and the P416 is basically the same weapon, damage-wise and all that stuff. So I didn't pull over the carbine. I've just never really been impressed with the carbine. I know a lot of you guys like it. I've just never really liked it. It's a little too middle of the road, and the P416 I believe has higher damage, and so that gives it a little bit more value for me. But ooh, right on tap.x. I'm going to I want to be doing more product reviews here coming up soon, by the way. So I'm gonna look at capabilities to do that. And so one of the things is like more on the controllers. I want to do more on headsets, and then I also want to look at mobile attachments because we got mobile games coming up. You know how you can attach like controller, like these attached controllers onto your mobile phones. So I can be looking at some of those, maybe some gamer chairs and stuff like that as well. So just a little shout out to that, coming months. No super hurry on it, but okay. So I've done the Police M4 a lot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the FAMAS because that's the one in question. Okay, so let me walk you through the build. It's a standard Striker build. I got all crit chance. It's actually, I'm not running the Memento just for this test, but normally I would probably just go with the Memento. I don't really need any survivability because I'm gonna be using the shield for that wider view, right hand view. And this is like one of my favorite ways to solo legendary, actually, with the DPS build. Otherwise, everything is, as you can see, is crit chance, crit damage, crit chance, crit damage there, crit chance there. The chest piece is perfect focus, so that's going to bring in a ton of damage. I really like running focus. And then vigilance on the backpack with the Cheska backpack. So as you can see, we're topped out of crit chance, 117 crit damage. We're running gunner for ammo because we will be burning. And then a little bit more handling, faster reloads, armor on kill, all that fun stuff. So now it turns out, if you guys didn't know, like fast hands ends up being better DPS than measured and strained, which is crazy. That's right, and that's because crits, obviously you gotta have a crit build, but crits increases reload speed by 4% per crit, stacks up to 40. You never get up to 40, of course, with an assault rifle, but it's like it's less than 1 second of a reload, and so that means you're putting out more shots and you're constantly firing, and that's the idea, right? So let's give this a whirl.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything.
So again, starting with the FAMAS. This is really the assault rifle in question. And then since I'm doing it, I'm bringing out the other assault rifles to say, hey, maybe it is a P416. You know, maybe I don't want that much burst. So once we're charged up, it's just like, holy shit, right? Let's get some of these tanks. Watch the reload. See that reload? Anybody alive? Woo! Something was after me, huh? I don't know where that grenade came from, but was it that tank? It sounded like a grenade launcher. It's got a little bit of a burst kick on this thing. I'm trying to control it, but it's gonna come down to our ammo situation in the end, right? So that's gonna be a tell on how many shots we're missing. Like if we're really running out of ammo, then that's an indicator you're missing a lot of shots, or you got bad, how do you call it? Damage drop off, or you don't have enough damage. So all of those are things. Holy shit. I always get hit with that fucking one. So that's a good sign to land those shots. So we got one drone operator in the back there. Making it hard on me though, isn't she? Got her. Woo! That was amazing. So our ammo's really low though. I don't want to blame the weapon on that though, because the targets like that were like really far in the back, you know? So you know what I mean? I was shooting targets that were really deep, and the other thing is we're standing still. So, which means we're not out there getting all the ammo as the enemies are dropping it. So those are factors. All right, let's see how we do in these chungas. All right, so I want to draw them in so that I don't run out of ammo, because that is an issue. I mean, we have gunner also, right? Huh. So I'm waiting to charge up again. By doing that, I'm conserving ammo. Going only for headshots. Chunga who? Chunga what? Chunga who? Do you see that? I mean, come on. It's pretty good. It's a good assault rifle. Chunga what? Chunga who? It's a little bit of a sway, but it's good. Now I'm on the Xbox, so you know. Had to burst fire there. It's a little bit of a wild boar. It is. Not gonna lie. So this next one will be an interesting test here. Yeah, the FAL is good. It's got a small mag though, but it is good. It is good. It's the only thing that irritates me about the Mel. Yeah, Biko, this is volume 6. You are previewing volume 6, which is coming out in the morning, coming out tomorrow. I do feel all the wasted shots. I do see that. Are you guys seeing that? It's like where it looks like I got basically bad aim, and that's me overcorrecting. And some of it might be good. You have to get used to this thing, right? So. These guys should all have been dead already. Just healing up like champions, though. PC players, I think, will probably have an easier time with this thing. God damn it. This should be done already. This should be done already. P416? Yeah, look at that. Way more accurate than P416. Okay, but I can't do that. Gotta go back to this fucking thing. Ammo up. Burn ammo with this thing, man. OG Dancing Bear, what up, brother? Accuracy through volume. Say more, brother. What do you mean by that? Say more. That sounds interesting what you're saying there. I like the words that you're throwing down. Accuracy through volume. That's an interesting thing that you said. Explain. Dustin Majo. Say more, say more. accuracy through volume, meaning like you're just putting out so many shots, you're landing them by eventually. The only problem with that is obviously the ammo issue. It really is an issue. See, for me, it's the healing station guys. You don't want them to drop their shit. And then from there, the chungas are easy. See that? Chunga helmets are my go-to now. That felt pretty good, right? Okay, restart. That felt pretty good. So that was the FAMAS. It is a little bit of a wild boar. And so, like when we ran into that room and there's just a bunch of guys here, they should have all been dead in half that time. So it was mostly like, I couldn't get a bead on the, healing station because the gun kept kicking and swaying, and then I was overcorrecting. So some of that, I'm not gonna blame on the weapon, because although it's, I seen it on a machine gun t-shirt. You're funny, Dustin. Some of it's just me, like I haven't used the FAMAS in a really long time. So it's a little bit of, you gotta get accustomed to any weapon you pick up, right? So let's restart that. We don't need to finish this whole thing. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to restart it. Yes, this is volume 6 of the Gamer Music playlist. You guys know that I do that especially if you're in Texas Players Club. So this is the newest one that's launching tomorrow. You can stream these on YouTube or SoundCloud or download them. You gotta be at least hardcore Bandido member level or higher in order to get access to the Gamer Music playlist. Otherwise, you do get to enjoy them here during the live streams. Did you guys catch the first couple songs? Let me rewind it. The first couple songs are badass. They're gonna get you pumped. Okay, so I'm just gonna test the P416. That's all I'm changing. Everything's the same, all right? So I'm not gonna talk so you can hear these songs real quick. Way more accurate. And more powerful, technically. It's so easy to control this thing. And when you're going for headshots, that makes a difference. It's gonna make a difference in ammo. Come on, chicken shit. They slow rolled. That's bullshit. Good burst.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the
Ooh, you see how fast she was? Fucking lady.
the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole. The old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole. The old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything.
Got a good build when the Chungas run away scared, right? Okay, get a shot on him. Here we go.
Everything.
Yeah, so it handles pretty good. I mean, it's way easier to control. It's a tough call between these guys. Like, man.
Everything.
Fucking guy, what is this deal? There's nothing up there, man. Come on, quit being a puss. That feels pretty good. It's just easier to control, you know? It really is. It really is. I can tell the difference between the P416 and the FAMAS, like majorly. The FAMAS has got a nice little, you know, that pickup is nice. That extra 50. Well, what is it? A FAMAS difference? I mean, that's 200 round, almost 200 rounds difference. RPM. But you got the damage out of the military P416 and then the handling. But look at that. I mean, okay, that's just weird. That's just weird. All right, look at the. There's something not there, right? So it's saying the FAMAS has got a better damage drop off and more accuracy. How is that? How is that? Am I broken as a human being? Like, it's saying it's got better accuracy. But it feels like 20% worse in all departments, you know? That's just weird. No, it's a regular FAMAS. It's a regular FAMAS. The burnout, I think, would be a little bit too much weapon handling. I mean, if there is such a thing. Okay, we're gonna try it. Okay, so again, with P416, right? Come here, purple guy. That power is nice though, gotta say.
You'll be okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels better. It's just, man, these assault rifles are tough. Michael, the mask that I got here is, this one's from the apparel event that's active, should be active still. So, all you gotta do is log in at every 4 levels. Every 4 SHD levels, you get unlock a key. So you go here, here. See this apparel event? 6 days left. You got 6 days left to do this, to get this mask. And then you get keys here, and you open that cache, and you get a bunch of loot, new gear. All right, let's kill some chungas, shall we? That didn't that feel so much easier? Doesn't that feel so much easier? Orchestrated chaos. If I was smart enough to figure out Spotify, I would. I would like to check it out. I used to have a Spotify back in the day, but you know, a lot of people use it and they've evolved with it, like, you know, creating really cool playlists and sharing. Like Spotify just used to be so simple back in the day. And then I ended up going to like Apple Music or whatever, and I haven't turned back. Let me just get some ammo real quick. Well, so Shardil, like, those are good questions. We are missing damage. Like, look at fast hands. I'm using fast hands, so I'm getting reload, so I'm picking up DPS. Nearsighted is basically use optimal range. That would be tough for legendary specifically, because legendary, the enemies are they play so deep. It's like they're like probably on average you're fighting them at like 30 meters. I mean, it depends on what room you're in, but even in the tightest of rooms, they play really deep. I mean, how many times are you fighting the guys and they're back here where I'm sitting, right? And they're shooting at you way back here, or they're in this, or how many times is the guy hiding behind this counter back here and shooting you in the fucking forehead? way too many times, right? Or they're back here. And you're always, and your best cover is usually way over here in case you have to fall back, right? So as you can see, that's easy 20 meters right there. And they put, and then if you do get a good shot on them, they're gonna fall back even farther. And of course they push up and they try to bum rush you, but then they run back. So, but so like when it comes to legendary, I'm not too into the short range weapons unless you're going to push a lot and always kind of keep them under heals. So it can work depending on your play style. But as you see, you don't have to have a damage talent, and you can still, I mean, like with those chungas, remember when the chungas were in my face and I broke their helmets like in that second checkpoint and they were basically right there? I wasn't actually in that spot where they couldn't shoot me. I was actually exposed. If they would have shot me, I would have died. I wasn't tucked into that little corner where you're basically invisible to those bullets or whatever you want to call it. And so the reason why I killed them without dying when they didn't get a shot off was fast hands. That's the DPS. That's time to kill. fast hands. And so, you know, you don't have to play that way. You can go like measured or strained or something else that gives you more damage, but output, actual damage output. But I rather, you know, in this, I rather have time to kill. We had these discussions. I rather have time to kill. Okay, so let's put on the police M4, and then we're gonna try. I want to try it with the rail splitter too, and in order to do that, we're gonna have to take off that chest piece. But I'm all right with that. So the police M4 is my usual go-to, so I'm pretty accustomed to it. But I did, for comparison's sakes.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Killed him in the where he stood. That was an elite engineer. Hard to do because they're tanky and they like to escape from you, right? They like to go run and hide. So already a good sign. The police M4 is always like, I put it on him. Like it already feels better than both of them, you know? Is it because I'm accustomed to it, you think? What do you guys think? Is it because I use it so much? It feels so fluid, though. It's so fluid. I mean, anybody left? Yeah, there's one. Nobody left, and we cleared the screen. I'm in the checkpoint. Look at that. Killed him at distance. Put some damage on her. Bad position there. Got her. Got her. 2 down. Three down. So there we go. I think we got them all, right? So that's our best run yet, so you know. And 389, also best position in ammo, even better than the P416. The P416, I picked up ammo on the ground, and that got us by. There would have been a chance that we would have ran out of ammo, but letting them pull in a little bit. El changuito. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Damn. See, that's how you run out of ammo. Those fucking guys in the back there. Look how deep they're playing. Look at that. So, I mean, I think accuracy over the damage, because of that, I mean, that's the #1 reason why I think accuracy on these weapons are good. Handling, that is, because they play deep so much. Yeah, so after this, we're actually gonna take off the 8x scope and run it without it. Okay, so here's a police M4 inside this room. So us versus 3 chungas. See how well we do against these guys. That yellow purple guy. Ah, he got away. Got him. Where's the healing station? Dead. Dead. I got a good angle here. Way easier with the police M4. I mean, they all worked. They all worked. But the police M4 is just easier. I mean, we killed most of them. The only reason why this guy didn't die, you know, the chunk up here shooting at my turret, you shoot at my turret there, is because of this this metal thing here. I couldn't get a clean shot. He would have been dead. But I was shooting at that gray. I didn't realize the bullets don't go through that until it was too late. So I was trying to get him up there, and I was shooting like that, and you couldn't do it. It wouldn't work. So yeah, otherwise he would have been dead. So I mean, this was, look at on paper though, you know, on paper. Hold on, if I could do the compare thing. So police M4 on the right, okay? So it's a little bit stronger because of, well, it's supposed to be stronger anyways, but I do have a level 9. It's got less RPMs, okay? But look at the handling. It's a little bit better on the police M4. And less RPMs for more handling. Slower reload, but that's no longer an issue with fast hands. So really close. Actually, the FAMAS pickup is about 100 RPM, right? A little more than that. So 100 RPM for 4,000 damage. I mean, I'd rather have 100 RPM than 4,000 damage, to be honest with you. So it's the handling. Okay, so that being said, you already having a golden bullet withdrawals, Grumpy? Blake, what's going on? So we're doing assault rifle tests because I wanted to bring the FAMAS into the circuit and see if it's something that I'm willing to fall in love with again. So I did play with the FAMAS a lot when I, like, real early in the game. Like, it was my assault rifle real early, like way back when. I don't even remember. So okay, so now let's see if I got my other chest piece. Yeah, striker here. It's not god roll. Do we care? Actually, this will go glass cannon. What do you guys say? Providence, sacrifice. You guys will probably think I'm crazy for glass cannon, huh? Hold on. Oh, the backpack talents I'm running here is just vigilance. You're absolutely taking no damage. I mean, did I get shot at all? Ever? I mean, we just ran 3 assault rifle tests. Oh, I did get hit a couple of times with the drones, right? Those drones. That's it. I never took a bullet in any of those scenarios. Not that I remember, at least. And so, I mean, so think about that. So if you're never taking a bullet, do you run glass cannon or not? You know what I mean? See my point there? And it all comes down to, like, legendary is about your positioning. It really is, more than anything. Like, even if I wasn't using the shield glitch, it's that cover that I'm taking that protects me. So you'll see some crazy shit happening here in a second, though. Some absolute nutso stuff. So I don't have my regular striker chest here. I don't know why. That's weird. That's okay. Just bring whatever. We could take obliterate with this too. Just testing, so it's no biggie. Yeah, so I gotta check. I'll show you the build again. But this is, I mean, man, this is striker. It's just striker, you know? Striker just kicks fucking ass, man. And anything you touch. Anything. I mean, the skill build that I was running all week was striker, right? Oops, there was a Grupo I want that Grupo. In case you don't want to run perfect glass cannon, the Grupo one is a good alt. Where's it at? Here. All right. So this is good too. So what I'm going to do is take off a pristine example. And the reason why is because I'm now going to bring the CTAR in the equation. Like, so if you run the CTAR, I can run like the pristine example. All right. And then I'm going to put on the CTAR with fast hands. All right. And then it's going to work a little bit different because I can't run any scope on this fucking thing, which just sucks. So I might have a hard time with it. So we're about to figure that out here in a second. And then I'll get those out of the way. Let's see, where's my crits at? 60. Still 60. We got a lot of crits. It's because of that. We already got a crit damage there. Wow, we got a lot of crits. There we go. Actually, technically, I can leave that there. Hold on. Hold on. Go back to crit chance. We're perfectly at 60. Okay. Are you with me? You guys think I'm crazy for running glass cannon solo? So, I gotta tell you, when I learned how to solo legendary, I went through all the chess piece iterations and like, you know, tested like brace, and I tested obliterate, I tested just whatever, right? Whatever we had. And I knew glass cannon was one of the ways to do it. And I was like, you know, but at first I hated glass cannon just like you did. But as I kept dying and surviving and kind of trying to analyze like what's going wrong when I die, why do I die? You know what I mean? And like, and it always came down to time to kill. And why did it come to time to kill? Because usually it was like, if it's the tanks, for instance, right? They're flanking you. And so you need to have the DPS to push them back. That is a TTK thing, right? It's really time to kill. You need to put out enough damage to either kill them or to scare them back. And so the other thing is, or maybe it's the drone operators, right? So when those you need to have the time to kill those drone operators before they hit the floor, or as soon as you see them, you need to burn them because they hide in cover. So that's all TTK, that's all accuracy, right? Accuracy is part of that. So is what I mean, and that goes into time to kill, right?
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Okay, so now we're gonna try the CTAR. And the CTAR is basically the FAMAS, right? Like it's 1035, 1035. It's got 2-second reload versus 2.1. Let's see how it works, right? So that's without the shield, right? It's funny how it's just as fast as the FAMAS, but it feels faster. This is the weakest of the set, right? Technically. Like if you look at the stats, it is the weakest. ammo waste to do that. I hate doing that. God damn it. Look at my ammo. God damn it.
Immediate medical
dead.
assistance needed.
Yeah. Missing too many shots. I would have ran out of ammo anyways.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
So that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I mean, we'd muscle through it, but without the scope, it's just so much harder. Okay, so going back to the FAMAS, and then what I'm gonna do with the FAMAS, we don't have perfect focus anymore, right? So instead, what I'm gonna do is run this crit chance mod, and this should actually increase my accuracy. I say to people that this probably gives me about 15 to 20% lift in my accuracy. This little scope. Isn't that crazy? So it's less headshot damage, but we pick up some crit chance. So that'll allow me to put on a crit damage mod somewhere here. Well, I don't have the space to do that, so let's do it here. And then this. Maybe that allows me to put a handling mod here. What do we need? Stability, accuracy. There we go. I'll take accuracy over 5% crit chance. I'll try that on a weapon like this. I'll be happy with 55% crit chance if I'm landing more shots.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Come on. Places to be, buddy. So this is technically less damage, right? This is less damage in the last build. But what it does is it gives me flexibility and scope. So I can scope in, scope out, scope in, scope out, right? If I want to. Which is, on this checkpoint, you might as well stay scoped in all the way, but in other checkpoints, you might not always want the scope. So there's a reason that you would run both. I've seen speedrunners, they'll switch. They'll put focus on their chest on one checkpoint and a glass cannon on their chest on another checkpoint. So ammo's good. As we're better ammo with that one. Was it the handling, you think? Was it, what was it? Better heal up. There's drone operators all the way in the back. God damn it. Dizzy. Glass cannon right there. No charging up, right? You get the amp damage off the first bullet. And that was important in killing her right there. Fuck you. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's bullshit. What's up with that?
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Okay, one more shot.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Come here. Fuck. Got him. What? Why am I getting hit by those?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Fast ass reloads, huh? See how the drones slow down? Because I roll out of them and then they slow down to reacquire me as a target. That's really annoying, right? And now they're outsmarting my bullets. See how it moved? I don't know. I think they made them a little stronger. These drones, they're getting smarter. This is something we don't want in this game. You agree? We do not want smarter drones. Anybody want smarter drones in the game? Pick up a little ammo. So that's with the extra handling mod. Which isn't a lot, but 10 cents. 10% accuracy, that is. Broke it. Fucking damn it. If we had focus, you'd probably been dead. Because we'd have had the 30% headshot damage, right? And that maybe would be able to see a little bit better too with the better zoom because he's kind of deeper. I started deep. God damn it. Come on, Snowflake. Wellington, what's up, man? I didn't see him. Dead. See that? I mean, that's pretty good accuracy to be able to shoot through there. With the scope really does help me. It just gives me a little bit more visibility. You're not overly zoomed, right? I don't see how they can shoot through those boxes. They can see me through those boxes back there, but I can't see them. You know? That purple guy's in that very corner, and he can see me, and I can't see him. It's kind of bull. Oh, we're almost done. Swedish GG in the house? What's up, Swedish GG? Good, man. Just testing this out. And I feel like as I use the FAMAS more and more, I'm getting less excited about it. So, you know, that's kind of where my sentiment at the moment. So if you're just not joining us, what I'm doing is I put on one of my kind of go-to assault rifle builds. All right, and this has got glass cannon, but I also tried it with focus, and so we're testing it with different scopes, and that's because this particular scope actually improves my accuracy, and so I run it on a lot of my assault rifles. And so what we got here is we're testing the P416, the Police M4, and basically the FAMAS. So those three. So we're looking at like higher RPM assault rifles. The CTAR's off the table because it can't take any scope, which just sucks. And so the Police M4 is my usual go-to. And so far it's, I think I'm ranking on Police M4, P416, and then the FAMAS. I think that's the order in which I like them. So, but I need to test all three with this other scope because the scope does make a difference. I've learned that. That this little scope makes a big fucking difference. And so the FAMAS, so that's what we're testing with the FAMAS at the moment. Which weapon do I have right now? Like a switch. Okay. So you can click in, click out. And it still allows you to do the whole shield thing. So click in. Got him, I think. Lost their shield.
Signs critical.
That fucking medic thing. The burst damage does good when they're standing on their own heels like that. Get both medics down. Come on, buddy. Just me and you now. And that little lonely red guy in the back. Get some ammo. Get ready for the chungas. So after this, we'll do the P416. I don't really need to check the police M4 with the scope because I'll run it. But the P416, and then I think we'll make the call. It's still a tough call between the P416 and the police, I think. It's... I'm not sure the FAMAS is gonna work. Make the list. Both healing stations down. Missed. Well, we might die. I'm stuck. Yep, we died. Wow. FAMAS didn't burn.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
All right, P416 time. P416 is close. It's really close to the same feeling as the Police M4. It's just stronger and a little bit slower, but about the same speed, right? So let's put the Police M4 at the second slot. So 110, 863, 105, 978. Now the Police is got expertise 9, so keep that in mind. So it's actually a deeper spread than what you see. Okay, so this will be our last test. Should reset, but. See how that was a lot of control for a guy that deep. He was very deep. He was an elite. We got him. So that's good control on this thing. My opinion. Ooh, our ammo. Look at that. Did we not reload? We died without ammo. I gotta get ammo.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, we started without ammo.
Agent deceased.
You got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Omega rifle suppress. Do I have that? Does it give you better handling? Is that what you're saying? Well, the only thing is like, I mean, I can add all sorts of accuracy. So this is the deal. If I put Omega, if I put on, what do you call it? If I put on modifiers, if I put on more handling, then I have to put on more handling to all of them. So it would be an equalizer. Does that make sense? Like, is it you're saying to suppress this one, right? 20% stability minus 10% optimal range, which I would normally accept that, except for legendary. Because in legendary, I need all the optimal range that I can get. It's not much of a drop off, so, you know, that's okay. But, the thing is, it would still lose. The FAMAS would still lose, because if I put the suppressor on the FAMAS, then I'd have to put the same suppressor on all of them, and then all of them would get the same stability thing. And then, you know, maybe I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Maybe I would. I don't know. But the point is that then technically the Police M4 has 5% more crit chance, because I wouldn't need that mod. So it's like, it's sort of, I feel like so when you do that, you're kind of forcing it. You're kind of forcing it, right? Like, so it's just like, oh, well, the FAMAS is better if you run the Omega suppressor and you don't run it on the Police M4. Well, you're forcing it to be better by the sacrificing crit chance, which I can do on any weapon, technically. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't want to use the FAMAS that bad to sacrifice crits, unless it was like, I that was like a standard thing I did. I put that suppressor on every single piece, you know what I mean, on every weapon that I was gonna run for an assault rifle. So I'd have to put the 20% suppressor on this, and then it comes down to like, well, it doesn't even need it. And the other thing is, I'm already running Striker, so I feel like I already got a lot of good handling on it. Anyways, I needed ammo, so let me check this. But I know what you mean. I totally know what you mean. Like, put 20% more stability. I bet you that thing rocks. You know what I mean? I get it. I bet it does. I'm surprised Muller T is running it. Isn't he a PC guy? PC guys usually don't need it. But in the end, you can't. I mean, I'm doing it for comparison's sake, but for comparison purposes. So for comparison purposes, wouldn't I have to run the same mod on all weapons? So I'd have to run the Police M4 with that same suppressor. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but it wouldn't necessarily make it better than the Police M4 for me because they both have the same one, right? But a lot of people like the whole point of these fast weapons is that they have more burst damage, right? Also, they tend to have faster reloads also, which is, you know, also really appealing, right? 2 seconds on that. This one's 2.1 seconds, which is pretty good. And then you run fast hands, of course. And so, but is Muller T running it with Striker, or is he running it with Negotiators? I bet you he's running it with Negotiators, because those guys use Negotiators a lot. And so Negotiators doesn't come with 15% weapon handling or rate of fire. I don't know which game footage you're watching, but if it's legendary speedruns, I know those guys do. I've never actually seen them do it with Striker. Not that they haven't. I've just never seen one of those videos. They've always been doing it with Negotiators at the gate. Yeah, it is more damage. On paper, the FAMAS has more burst damage because of the RPM, right? On paper. And that's kind of part where we were talking about, and that's why we're not in the testing range. In the testing range, the FAMAS probably wins all the way around in every direction, right? But when I come out here as a console player, now if you're on the PC, you might have different feelings about this, but as a console player, we can't take the testing range numbers too seriously. You know what I mean? They are something that we use just to kind of get a gist of how it's going to perform in a perfect world. But PC players kind of play in a perfect world, right? Like, they have a mouse that can laser their gun from this post all the way to that post in milliseconds. This is as fast as I can go. Look at this. This is as fast as I can go. That's as fast as I can go. And you know a PC player when you're watching one, because it's like, it's lightning fast, right? It is so fast that they can move their gun from there to there and stop on a dime. Now, if I had a way to make it fast, I'd accidentally overshoot or undershoot, right? I'd undershoot or I'd overshoot, and then I'd have to come back and overcorrect, and then undercorrect, overcorrect, and until you finally get your shot lined up. So that's why when you see me testing, I actually come out here to legendary, and I'm like, well, what do legendaries bring us? They go run forward, they run backwards, they run left to right really fast. And so in the testing range, I'm shooting at a target that's standing perfectly still, and I'm like, oh yeah, the FAMAS wins every time. And it's like the FAMAS is the better weapon, but you come out here in a world that's not perfect, and it's not the better weapon. The Police M4 is. Not on paper though. On paper, the FAMAS is better, right? And so that's kind of like that's why it's like, ooh, the paper kind of. Well, actually, the Police M4 is better, but the CTAR is worse than the Police M4 on paper. But for me, the CTAR performs better handling wise, right? So that one always kind of perplexes me. I'm like, why do I play better with the Police M4 when its accuracy and stability are so much less? And sometimes it's just the shot pattern, like the recoil pattern of the weapon that can play a role too. But on paper, on a spreadsheet, in a calculator, the FAMAS is going to perform better, And so there are situations where you do have those perfect worlds. Like, so when there's a Chunga standing right in front of you and he's not moving, right? The FAMAS is going to do really well. But so the Police M4 is going to do well in that situation also. I've been using it in that situation, and it's perfect. But the Police M4 also does well when the targets are running left to right, forward to back, deep, close up, running at angles. You know what I mean? And so that's why I'm testing these, because I'm telling you, it is a close fucking call. It is close. I'm running the FAMAS. I'm like, oh, it feels great. I'm shredding. But what I'm looking at really, guys, is like, it's the stuff that you're probably not paying attention to. It's the small details. That's why I'm saying it out loud. It's just like, look at my ammo at the same point. At the same point, when I'm done clearing the drone operators, I look at my ammo. And if it's at 350 or higher, I feel good about the weapon. If it's under 350, I'm saying I was missing too many shots. I know because it's different for everybody. Your numbers might be different. So that's unique to me because I'm playing with the same weapon over and over. I mean, I play the same checkpoint to test all the time, so I know what my weapon values are. You know what I mean? And so I know like at the end of a District Union Arena mission, I should be like 47% to 57% accuracy at the end of the mission, depending on which AR I ran or which build that I ran. I should be like way up there on my accuracy, right? And so that's a final number that I'd be interested in seeing, as well as like the kills. But when I'm just doing a single checkpoint, besides kind of like my time to kill and watching the enemy die and how easy things and how it feels, the metric I'm using is actually my ammo. It sort of tells me like, okay, I just spent so many shots, I wasted a lot of shots, and it's not a perfect measurement. I get that, it's not, but it's a good tell. So no, the FAMAS, the FAMAS, you know, it does. Anyways, the point is the FAMAS puts out a lot more burst damage, and it's a pretty decent damage. You know, it's not the military P416, but I love fast weapons, so I'm rooting for the FAMAS. So you know, I'm rooting for it. But at the end of the day, I'm seeing like in the perfect world scenarios, it feels great. So when I have an enemy just standing still, but when the enemies are moving around a lot and they're running left and right, I'm dispensing a lot of ammo and I'm solo and there's no ammo laying around. I run out of bullets. Now a PC player is probably not going to have that issue. A PC player, they got laser point. I've watched Muller T and Robo Blitz or whatever his name is, Roto Blitz or whatever his name is. I've seen their gameplay, and I mean they have laser mice. The mouse is a laser. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my god. You know what I mean? It's just like, it doesn't seem like I don't even know how you play like that. It's amazing. It's like great, but it's a little too unrealistic. Like I do like the even though this sucks, like the swing of my weapon is what I'm talking about. Like that's as fast as I can go. That I realize that sucks, but the reality is it's realistic, and I sort of like my games to be a little bit realistic, have some reality to them. And a laser mouse with an 100% headshot accuracy is not accurate, and that's one of the things one of the reasons why I don't migrate to PCs is, I mean, I'm sure you can weaken it, but then, you know, your opponents have that accuracy, and if you don't, then, you know, you're not performing. So, you know, so I'm sort of against, I like that there's a disability here, because that's in the real world. If I was really this guy running around in New York, there's no way I'd have laser accuracy, like swinging left or right, like at micro milliseconds. It's insane. It's insane. I see them doing it. It's absolutely insane, and it gives them, which is why their times are fast, right? When they're clearing things, is because they can swing their weapon from the guy that they're shooting at and right in front of them, and then swing to the next spawn point and kill every guy before they hop over the fence with 100% accuracy. They're landing on the head. Console players just can't do that, right? Which is why you can't compare a speed run of a console player against a speed run of a PC player. And then, by my opinion, you know. All because of that mouse. But I like the reality. I don't mind the whole slow swinging thing of my gun. I like my character to be a little bit more realistic. It's just,
Don't let anything stand in your way.
you know what I mean? Like, would it be fun if you played a game where your accuracy is 100% accuracy? Is that fun for you? I mean, you want challenges in your game, right? So here's a P416 with this other scope. And we just got our ass kicked. I don't know why.
Vital signs critical.
Is that not paying attention? Might have to start over. Yeah, we do.
Agent.
I don't know what happened there.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Yeah, so I feel like as a PC player, I mean, you guys out there, do you feel like gods in the Division 2? You know, I've never played a Division 2 on a PC, but you know, I wonder if, do you feel like Are you kind of always on God mode because of how you can modify everything so much? Some people, I can see why they really like that, right? So I get that. They're like, they always want to feel overpowered in a game. He's getting a shot at me. How? Oh my God, look at that. He's blind firing. Or is that a tank? Oh my God, either way, the accuracy on that fucking thing. Heal up. Sometimes they like to give you a hard time in here, don't they? Yeah, but after this, I'll probably still play with the FAMAS, just so you know. Like, although I'm doing this test, like, it's not going to be the say all the tests. I just need to know the differences. And what I can tell you is that they're small. They're small, and so because of that, that means like this test isn't going to be the say all. I'm going to have to test in different types of game content. Gonna throw out her drones, isn't she? Got her. Man, they love to break that shield. So we do have a drop in power, just so you know, and again, that's because I'm testing this scope. Now, usually when I run this scope, I don't run glass cannon. I'm actually usually running whatchamacallit, the striker chest. But I didn't see it. It must be on my other character right now. So killed that drone operator. So there we go. About 250 ammo. We still got a guy alive. So like that's not horrible, but I would like to be at 350. So that means I had a little more missed shots or took a little too many shots. So. And again, it's not a perfect metric. It's just kind of gives me an idea. Because when you run out of ammo, it's usually because you're either missing shots or you don't have enough damage. It's usually one of those situations. When you run out of ammo. So, anyways, let me just pound these chungas in real quick. I'm actually looking forward to testing this. Good times bells. Does anybody use the good times? Who's a good times fan? See that? That was nice. Clean. Took me, I think it felt like we took a little too long to kill him, but to break his helmet was clean. Missed a lot of shots right there. This yellow grenader has been running around like a maniac this whole time. Out of ammo. There it is. Look how many sniper shots you get. That's like a fully automatic sniper back there. Where's this guy at? There he is. New gear. Let's see if there's anything good here real quick. ACS, Heliguard, no. All right, so we got everything. All right, so again, P416, and we're testing the 3.4x mag, which is a little less power, just so you know, but I like the precision on it. So God damn it. See how that purple guy ran really fast and then I missed a bunch of shots? A PC player would have landed all the shots even though he was running. Isn't that crazy? God damn it. A fucking medic. And then if you go for that medic thing, they start shooting at you. Got him. Look at this purple guy here. Missed everything. God damn it. Yeah, see, this is where the burst damage is missing. This is where you're tasting a little bit. Now, see, the burst damage helps when they're standing in heals, right? It does. You basically put more bullets in them faster than the healing station can put out. God damn it, look at it. They just broke that shield instantly. Oh my God, I'm annoyed. Let me get this thing out there and buy some aggro. Keep the medics are out there doing crazy things, getting everybody up. God damn it. That's a lot of shots there. He should be dead. Oh my God. He's surviving everything. Those healing stations. Keep killing that red guy. That medic is back there like getting everybody up. Okay, come on, yellow guy. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up so I can kill you. I'm tired of this. I don't have the patience for it right now. Oh my God, they just broke the shield. It's the gun. I'm gonna die. The gun's not working. It's gonna go back to the faster ones.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, I hate when this game, the no ammo thing, come out with no ammo. It's just dumb. Experience level 5. Actually, I'm almost to experience level 11. I haven't done anything, you know. Most of my early experience came from probably a bunch of countdown runs, you know, just playing countdown early on when it was kind of exciting. Yeah. But it's changed a little bit, right? Okay, so now I got this this thing on, so on the Police on 4, which is my go-to. So now I'm gonna try this Omega. I'm gonna try this Omega suppressor. It's gonna give us crazy accuracy, but do we need it? I mean, my accuracy is already maxed out. Should we try it anyways? There we go. Just a little under critted. That's okay. Definitely quiet, isn't it? This is quiet little suppressor. The you know, with Striker, I wonder if it, you know, makes sense to run this. Might not need it with Striker. Might be, you know, negotiate. They run negotiators a lot, but I bet you it's a little more handy here for that. God damn it! My shield broke while I was in cover. How did that happen?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah,
Serious
you can die.
trauma detected.
Ah! Oh, we made it just in time. I'm a big fan of handling though, so I am not afraid to put an extra handling mod or attribute on my build. That's for sure. God damn, she out DPS'd me though.
Signs. 0.
Oh wow. Let's put back on our original chest piece. That's gonna make a difference.
Standing in your way. You got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I use an Elite controller. Pretty new to it. It's about 3 months old or so. I like it though. I don't think they're absolutely necessary, but I saw a lift for sure. More control, obviously. They do what they're supposed to do. See how those tanks get an angle on you from that corner? That's like, what? And they're really accurate back there. There he is. So this is with the suppressor, right? I mean, I could tell a little bit maybe, and maybe it is making a difference. I don't know. I'd probably have to finish a couple of legendaries with it. I'll run it all the way through to really know. See how my accuracy stacks come out. I'd be willing to do that for a while. I like handling, so I'm like I said, I'm not afraid to put on handling. So, but we're a little low there. See that on the ammo. So we'll try the Again, remember we talked about some of the reasons why you'd be low on ammo. One of them is optimal range. And obviously the other one's missing shots. So we're weaker at distances and legendary enemies play pretty deep. See how they stopped because I moved? Those little jerks. That's not gonna help our situation. Shooting at drones. Gonna run out of ammo. See that drone? It stops. It's so messed up. I mean, that's nothing new, but it's just like, I think that's kind of whack. It's like, how are they so smart? Got her. Out of ammo, though. Let's go get some. That's weird. It's weird. It's weird to be out of ammo. It might just be me. Let me die. Maybe I'm missing too many shots, like on accident. Just bad aim.
Assistance needed. Agent, deceased.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Yeah, why is this game, what?
Anything standing.
Why didn't they give me my ammo? Let me reload. Maybe it's something. What the fuck? Did I leave a directive on? I shouldn't. Like every time, because we didn't like there. Yeah, there's no directives. Yeah, no, they're not. And so I like if you die in the first checkpoint, you're supposed to come out with full ammo, whatever ammo you went in with. So, and then when you die in the second checkpoint, it'll you respawn with whatever ammo you died with, which sucks, right? So anyways, it was probably my fault. I probably missed too many shots on accident. Okay, so we have, what we're testing here is this extra suppressor, right? And so, which we're losing optimal range in exchange for. And so the question is, does it matter? And then the other question is, do we even need it? Because I'm running Striker, and maybe when this suppressor is, when other people run the suppressor, they might not be running Striker builds. Striker's giving you 15% handling, so it might be overkill, right? So part of it is I can wait to be a little more patient, let the enemies come to me. Make sure they're a little closer in. So 625. Really good. 522. We're not done, but we're looking good. Got one lady out there. Come on. Got her. See, See that left or right? Like, PC players do better than console players. There's no excuse, but I'm just saying, like, that contributes to their accuracy and stability and landing pressure. So we're looking good. 355, 350. Remember I said like 355 or higher? It's exactly where we're at. So we're right where we want to be. So let's wait for the whites of their eyes. So, I mean, it might be helping the stability thing, but again, with Striker, it's really hard to tell because the weapon is already stable on its own. Look at it. It was peaked out in the stability already, even without the mod. So if I take off the mod, it is still going to be peaked out in stability. You see that? See the stability? So putting them, so it might not be helping us at all because it's already a stable weapon. So let's see. Because remember how the assault rifle pulls up to the right? So without the mod, even though we were running a Striker, so there's still a rise on it. So there's still some control that it needed. But the towards the right part, I know that a lot of people say that accuracy is more the grouping. So there we go. I mean, wow, right? That felt great. Chunga's down, right? Is that both of them? So yeah, that felt great. So it might be helping, you know. Like if we went into the testing range and then looked at that wall again and shot at that wall, we might see. He just burst my shield at that distance. Fucking dick. Look at his rapid fire. Look at that. He's on automatic mode. And they're shooting through boxes back there, which is really frustrating for me. You see that, right? You guys see those boxes? I'm gonna go back there after this and be like, how do they get such a good angle on me back there? It's always like that. They always go to that same corner. That one right back there. Come on, hombre. Let's see ya. Going to their favorite corner again. You see that? There's something tricky about that corner. See that box? They can see through that box. So let's go look at it. Because they're always back here. They're always back here. Is it... Are they here? Or are they... Well, okay, there's their body. So was it more than one body? They're always... Okay, it's here. So they're here. This is their shot. That's their shot, guys. And they're nailing me. It's not here. They're here. Because I'm shooting that box. You see, look at my bullets. There's my bullets. I'm killing them through the box. Because I know they're back there. So they're shooting at me through that box. I'm sure of it. I'm not guessing. I'm sure of it. Because I mean, ever since I've been playing this game, I always go to the same cover. I always choose those garbage cans. So I know. And I know that those guys are always going back there. And I'm like, what, man? I mean, I'm always saying that to myself. That's the first time I've actually looked at from their perspective, but I'm always saying, like, how are they getting me? Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna try it with Swedish with the Omega 2. It feels good, and so as I'm saying, like, I think it'd be really Swedish. It's a good tip, so I appreciate it, man, because it might work out. It's just really hard to tell. I don't know if you already answered this question, but when you were watching one of these guys use it, do you remember what build they were using, just in general, not the setup, but were they using a set or like a gear set? Were they using strikers? That's mostly what I'm wondering. Were they using strikers? Because strikers, it might be overkill. That's the only question. Like with anything else, it might be like an amazing addition, right? But there's a possibility of strikers and overkill. Possibility not too, right? So I think it'll be interesting to go into testing range and look at that white wall again like we did when we first started, and then add it, take it away, and then see how it does. Come on, guys. Got him. I don't want to kill him, actually. I want to make sure I get tip-top ammo. Okay. What's up here? let me ask you a question. Would you rather fight more legendary enemies or have these healing station guys? What would you rather have? More legendary enemies per checkpoint or the healing station guys? Like, what if you were fighting twice the number of enemies? I want that purple guy. Got him. All right, let's kill him. So I go for the healing station guys, right? So remember that. That's my shield. So this is that perfect scenario. Remember I was talking about the perfect scenario? There's a chunga standing right in front of you and he's just standing there. There you go. So that felt pretty good. It's just really hard to tell with the Omega. It's because not because of the Mega, but because the Striker's already given us so much. I think I'm gonna test it once with the. This is gonna be our last test. I'm gonna test it once with the FAMAS, and then go to the testing range, look at that white wall, see how it performs, and then I'm gonna roll the good times. We're gonna roll the good times. Mike, what's up, man? More enemies. Healer station driving me nuts. Me too, man. That's kind of what I'm voting for. Paul Chuck says more enemies. What up, Paul? Good to see you here, man. Good to see you back. Blake says more enemies too. More enemies says Reaper Hawk. I'm thinking like, and same with Intruder. I see this is the kind of feedback that I think the devs need. You know, when we get to that point with them, because it's there's a lot of things like that, and some of it's like, hey, why do you want to annoy the player base? Because you annoy us with a lot of things. There's a lot of annoying things in this game, right? Like the healing stations. Like, really, they're hiding 3 of them. They have you're gonna give us 3 healing stations, guys, who are stacking 3 healing stations. Isn't that a little excessive? Would military really do that? Would they really layer them on top of each other, or would they spread them out a little bit more? And then they hide them on top of that, so it just becomes annoying. It's slowing us down from clearing content, and it makes it harder. But there's other ways to make it harder too, right? There's other ways to make it harder. So okay, it's the same setup. So now we're running the FAMAS. All right. So the only thing I changed was I put on the Omega suppressor. We just ran that with the police M4. So if we take it off, then our stability is not maxed out. So it might add more value to this weapon. So we get the burst and then, you know, sort of equalized stability, where you might have a diminishing return on the police M4 with stability, as Swedish is mentioning here. So, which I would agree with that. Remember, so we want to be 350 ammo or higher after the second wave, give or take. Again, it's just a loose metric to measure for me, because I do this a lot and I always know where my ammo ends up. And when I run out of ammo, I'm like, well, you know, can't kill the enemy. They can shoot me, I can shoot them. I think we're done though, aren't we? So 585. Really good, really good. So some of it's a little bit of luck, depends on how the enemy is, but I'm not discounting the mod or anything like that. I'm just saying we're in a really good position here. See that burst right there? Killed that purple. That was a lifesaver right there. We'd been hit by those drones. Okay, she's behind that box. See the box? The box lady? Come here, box lady. Got her. There it is, guys. 382 in the second wave, right where we need to be. It's where we need to be. It's in the range, so it's good. It's good. Let's wait till we see the white of their eyes, though. Bye, Chunga. God damn it. I'm forcing it. I'm missing a lot of shots right there. Damn it. You see all those misses? So I was fortunate. So what happened was I staggered him when I broke his helmet, and then I laid out a full mag anyways. Which really I should pause, right? Either way, you saw that first chunk get shred to pieces, right? Come here, dude. God damn it. Chicken shit. Okay, she gonna go to her box? Nope. Okay. Box lady. Chunk it down. Seeking for you, you can also do with no focus by using the chest piece, the striker chest piece. Also, you can want an all red heartbreaker and get numbers close, or actually in the testing range, heartbreaker is gonna look stronger on the testing range. It will put up higher numbers. I didn't see him there. Oof.
Vital signs critical.
A sniper, huh? Got her. That's one build. There's a few ways to do it. I mean, we could test it. That's a good idea. I mean, if you guys want to see those. When I go back to the test range, I gotta go get my other chest piece anyways. Okay, last room here, and then we're off to the testing range. A y'all build could be very viable in legendary, like 3-piece y'all. Yeah, it could. There's not. Oops! I fucking forgot to bust my turret. There's not much pulse resistance need, but I'm not sure the enemy's pulse in the end is technically a pulse. The burst damage helps with their heals, right? They're standing in heals. Kill them before they can heal through it. Can't get that medic. Fuck, he moved. Also the AKM. It's usually the AK. What did we hit with the AK, guys? You guys remember? I don't remember our values anymore. Is he the last guy? I better get ammo. But Striker gets you up there, and then... Oh, he's not the last. There's 2 guys. Weird. Is there a medic still alive? I thought I killed all the medics. Isn't that weird that yellow guy just showed up out of nowhere? And they need to put down the healing station, too. So... Look what was he doing, hiding in the back while his homies were dying. All right. Ooh, you see that? That's time to kill right there. See, my reload was so fast that I killed him before his heals. It was all about the reload there, which is why I'm running fast hands. It's a difference. Definitely a difference maker. Before he could heal, I reloaded. You see that? And then killed him. All about that fucking... Only good on crit builds, though, of course. I don't need to kill this guy, but... I'm gonna kill myself. It's alright. There it is. All right, to the testing range. Smith's morning, bro. No, I don't think you need the exotic helmet. I mean, maybe if you're seeking for you, unless you were, what was it? Unless you're using the coyote is what you mean, the coyote mask, but that's the one you're gonna need. I got the build video for you. Let me see. I created it. It's season 8, and then we did do tests in season 9 on live streams, but I didn't create a video for it in live stream. But I got a couple for you that you need to see. Okay, so here you go. Strongest builds. AR, and this is a comparison video. You might have already seen it, but it's pasting this here for you. So there's gonna be a couple of pastes there. So check out that one, and then I got the strongest AR build. So let me pull that up. Video that goes into more depth in the testing range and stuff like that. I created it right before season 10 started, and then we did test it in season 10. Strongest AR setup, and so it depends on what you're looking for, like DPS or top crit value, right? On which way you might want to go, but so, you know, if you go TK versus AKM, but to get way up there, you want to use one of those really high weapons. But there's not a lot of value. So like when we did that in these build videos, I mean, there's value, but in some of these build videos, we ended up going, so we went to legendary. We ran these strong assault rifles like the TK and the AK, and we're like, oh wow, look how powerful they are. And then I put on the police M4, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm killing so much faster. I'm clearing the control point so much faster solo. I got way more because of the handling. Now again, PC players, because of their control, might be able to get away with better. But you even see these speedrunners. Notice these solo speedrunners, right? They're using the FAMAS and the police M4s, you know. I see them using both. I've seen them use other weapons too, but I think there's a reason why they don't use the TK. I don't think it is, man. I think because I had issues, so it was the lack of burst damage. It's such a fine line, bro. Like it really is, and some of it's just like you can get lucky, and it looks like an equivalent weapon. Like but when I was inside that room, on the second checkpoint of DUA, and I would go in there, and when I had a hard time killing the enemies standing in heals, what that was a lack of burst damage, and it was only 100 RPM different. But could be a world of difference, right? So here's a TK build. That one's got in sync. I don't need that one for this test. I'm looking for. Do I have? No, it's not on this character. I'm looking for those AKs. Yeah, I used the AK a lot for a while. I think in season 8, I did use the AK a lot. What up, Rage Foo? I don't remember, man. I play with a lot of guys. Sometimes it's hard to remember names unless they're a regular. I know my regulars. She's probably got it all. Yeah, and there's a balance, right, Mike? I mean, but usually they ends up being that, you know, it always ends up being like the top, like basically 850 or higher. So, but that being said, you can get away with the P416, and it does work. You can do it, you know. But when there's a push comes to shove situation, it's going to be the faster the better, you know. And it's not just faster. It just turns out that those faster weapons tend to have a pretty decent handling situation on them as well. You know, decent enough to land a lot of shots, decent enough for a fast reload as it sits. You know, like I really like the ACRE. It's a great weapon, but low RPM, but great at landing deep shots. And so here's the AKM. So we'll bring this one. I got a black market one as well if we really needed it. But we got carbine. I can bring that to show you the FAL. The FAL's nice. Again, really small mag. We've done all these tests though already, so I don't expect new outcomes with them. So just the AKs would be worth showing you, basically. And then we're looking for that chest piece too. I'm missing my one more character I gotta look at, guys. I need my striker chest piece, and I need to bring in some heartbreaker pieces. See, heartbreaker is gonna look it in the testing range, but when you go into legendary, it's gonna perform a little bit different for you. But in the testing range, it'll pull out a higher value. Yeah, the Darren GR9 is really about, it's sort of, I think it's nicely balanced between power and RPMs. But mostly it's about speed and landing your shots. The handling is really well. It's like a stoner, basically. It's like the stoner, just faster. That's how I would describe it. It's a faster stoner. It handles like the stoner. It's got a large mag like the stoner. And it's just faster. And of course, when any weapon that's faster usually means a little less damage. Who likes the shield splinterer? Is anybody can anybody get this thing to work? I'm gonna push it over just I mean, I haven't busted it out. You know, again with Striker coming back, you know, you could be surprised. Okay, so we need some. Do I even have a Heartbreaker mask anymore? Should have all red Heartbreakers somewhere. So this fourth character hosts all of my, as you can see, gear set stuff. So bring that Striker over. And do we need Heartbreaker reds? If I even have it. I don't like running an all red Heartbreaker anymore, so it's not valuable to me anymore. So when I run a Heartbreaker, I'm gonna want some sort of armor on it, just so you know. Otherwise, I'll just run Striker. but for demonstration purposes, I'm gonna bring one over. As long as I have my mask. Oh, that's ugly. Let's see, do I have a Heartbreaker mask already in here? No. Might not have a Heartbreaker mask right now? That's weird. I mean, I got this one: weapon handling, armor regen, skill damage, hazard. Did I accidentally delete it? Or do I always run a coyote mask? What's going on? Somebody tell me what's happening here. I might not be able to test it. I'll see if I can craft one, but I do run the Heartbreaker backpack usually, but I wouldn't for this test, so I'm not gonna bring one over. Take those gloves and those ones. See if I can craft a mask real quick. I don't have enough resources. I don't have enough things. So that's weird. All right, never mind. We'll see if we can make do with what I got. It's fine. We'll just run the coyotes or something. And then we get all the weapons. Just push some things over that I don't need. So there's a chest. Crit damage. Crit damage. Foundry. We don't need a foundry. Actually, I want those. All right, that's good. Morning, Simon. Actually, seek info. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but yeah, it basically does. I mean, it basically does. Good question. Give me a quick second. I gotta use the restroom real fast.
Close your eyes as you utter her name. Say you better hold on.
All right, I'm back. So yeah, so basically, Heartbreaker was really had a really crazy damage output, right? From every direction, and so people learned that an all red build was absolutely insane on the Heartbreaker set, and so then the devs nerfed it and fixed it. So they fixed it because it wasn't supposed to have that much damage, but then they nerfed it and like they made it so that you couldn't stack on enemy tech, basically, for the most part, proxies. And so that was the nerfing part. And so for heroic, they're pretty much equal. And the testing range, a Heartbreaker is gonna look better in the testing range because you got perfect scenarios with the pulse. But the reality is the pulse is going to expire every 5 seconds on the Heartbreaker set. And then you can't stack on tech, and so that takes away damage, right? It takes away damage. So anyways, when we go into legendary, it's worse. So what I ended up doing is running an all red, exactly the same striker build and basically what you see here. And then it was very similar to this build, and then an all red Heartbreaker that was exactly the same. And then in the end, the values were basically the same. We came out as the same total damage, about the same number of kills and all that kind of stuff at the end of a legendary. And I ran a striker over and over again, and Heartbreaker had done it several times, and so it was nowhere near the original damage numbers that it was before the nerf, right? But so what they ended up doing is making it an all red Heartbreaker build is on par with a striker build at the end of a gameplay. And when you look at your summary and the testing range, it's going to achieve higher damage values, but striker is giving you better DPS. But in the end, I think it's the game that in the testing range. I will show you here. It's been a while since I've done this, but in the testing range, Heartbreaker wins. Out in the gameplay, striker wins, right? And so, but they were tied really out there. But in the end, I made the call and I was like, well, I'm going to make the call. And I say, I like striker better. I think it's better. And there's no value in an all red Heartbreaker build anymore. There's absolutely no value in it, because the value in a Heartbreaker build is really going to come down to that added bonus armor for survivability. And you're removing that from the equation just to make a build that's equal to what the striker can do. You know, so it's like, so why not just run striker? That's what it comes down to, right? And so for me, if I'm going to run Heartbreaker, I'm going to run armor. If I'm going to go all red, I'm going to go striker, basically. And in the end, I like striker anyways better. So, okay, so here's the AK, and so what we're going to do is, did I put this on invulnerable? Yeah, we're going to test the high damage number here, and we got 0, so. 1.3. So we got to fill up our meter down there. There it is, 1.452. Yeah, 1.452. About 7 million DPS, right? Okay, reset this thing. Okay, let's see our DPS off of 1 mag. It was a bad start, but it's about 7, huh? Resetting. You gotta go fast because of your stacks. Of course, this thing's got a kick to it, right? So over about 7 million, right? So the DPS is about 7 million on that thing. And I think what was our high on that? 1.4? I think it was 1.42. $1.45, and I think I saw 1.48 at some point, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same. Okay, 1.45 and basically 7.2 DPS. Our crits were at 55. That was with flatline, so dumb. So dumb. So if you want to see high crit value, then if you wanted to see the highest crit value, which it sounds like you were interested in, then you would put on measured. If you want to see best DPS, then you probably would want to put on fast hands. And I'm not 100% sure about the fast hands, so I'm sort of speculating there. On the faster weapons, definitely. On this slower weapon, maybe, maybe not. I mean, in theory, it should still be the same. Still better DPS, but I haven't actually tested it on a slower weapon. And the reason why is because, especially with a weapon that doesn't have very good accuracy, because you might not be landing all your shots, you might not be getting as many crits, so you might not be getting as much faster reload speed as you would hope. And so the weapon could change how it feels. Or how it performs, I should say. Okay, here we go. So we didn't have the right talent, so that's what we're fixing. .679. Almost 8 million DPS. You guys seen that? Yeah, it was 7.8 DPS a second ago. Fixing that. Reload. And that's over 8 million DPS right there. So that made a big difference. So it's over 8 million DPS. And what was our high crit number? Anybody catch that? I can't remember. I think it's 1.6. Get there. 1.64, 1.69. Yeah, 1.69. So that's the AK, one of the strongest in the game. So you're down a mod there. You could run the black market and pick up a mod, right? For a little sacrifice in handling. So for a PC player, that might be the way you go. For us sad folk on console, we might not prefer that. So, okay, so then see, what other weapons did I bring over? I don't think I brought any of the other ones. So that's that setup. So if we put on, it's gonna be tough because I think I've started to delete some of my gear from Heartbreaker. So crit, let's see, crit. It's really weird. I don't have that I'm missing a Heartbreaker mask. You know how much Heartbreaker I farmed for in this game? Like when I first came out, this Heartbreaker set, I farmed like Heartbreaker and Uzina Getica, nothing but. Like, and so, and I picked up pieces in every category: crit damage, crit chance, Hasbro, whatever. And so when I find like I'm missing like a Heartbreaker mask, I'm like, what's happening right now in the world? You know, like I might not even be able to perform this test. Because I can't craft. Yeah, so we could, I guess that one, we could just check to see if fast hands makes sense, because I might not be able to, I'm not going to be able to craft this. You see, what? Now I have Heartbreaker components on my other character said I couldn't craft them. What? I don't understand that. That's supposed to be across all characters. So. I just need one with crits. It doesn't even have to be God rolled. We'll just call it close enough. If we just have the right value there, we'll give it up. Yeah, but I do want to check to see if fast hands makes a difference. You know, we were up to 8.4 million DPS on the AK, and then I do need a I don't know where my TK is right now, my King Breaker. I didn't see it when we were Scouting different characters. There we go. Okay, so it's a crappy one, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to make that big of a difference. It makes less difference than we hope hope it did. You know what I mean? It's funny. We've been talking about that. It's like it doesn't really having a God World build. It's like it makes a slight difference, but it's not really going to change a game unless you're like trying to break records or something. And so my point is, you know, we're going to be what about 4% less, a little less than 4% less crit damage, but it's not, that's not going to be the deal breaker, I don't think. So we just need an idea. Yeah, crafting rules sucks. I agree. But beats farming, shit. Sometimes. Then sometimes you go out there and it's just like, oh man, spending days looking for the same piece, and I could just spend like 15 minutes in there and get that one piece I need, you know? All right, and then so 8.4, and then I think we were 1. I don't even remember the fucking DPS anymore. Okay, so let's charge this up. It was 8.4, and what was it, like 1.6, 1.8 crit? I got too many numbers in my head. So the 1.842? 2 million? $2 million. Perfect world, though, right? Keep that in mind. And what I mean by perfect world is I'm maintaining that that pulse on the head there. Where in the real world, if your enemy's moving, it's gonna expire, and then you got to land another headshot and to maintain it. So, anyways, 2,077,000. So there's no doubt that that's higher than the last one. I think the last one was 1.8. But we're gonna test it again because I have to do TPS. So 277. So that's good. That's a good looking number, right? And then let me reset this for DPS check. .3, so same DPS, and that's basically gonna be the big difference. I mean, why it's gonna neutralize at the end of gameplay, right? Because this thing isn't gonna stack on tanks. You're gonna not always have an enemy that's pulsed, unless you're running that specialization, and then the DPS is basically the same. Now, if we ran a TKB, you know, you're gonna get a higher value on the DPS side. And so, fortunately I don't have that. So the DPS out of a TKB is, you got 50 RPM more, that's why. So we're at 600. So, but 2,077,000 damage last hit with the same DPS. So it's the nuances of the build that make it the same at the end of a legendary gameplay, right? So you're not stacking on tanks, and you have to maintain that pulse. So, which means you're not going to be able to use gunner. You're better off with the technician specialization, because one, you need that to pick up that lost damage against robotics, so that helps a little bit, but also it'll pulse the enemy off the first shot even if you don't land it on the head, and that's important, otherwise you're not going to have stacks. And so we found that it was really difficult to maintain stacks in legendary without technician. Yeah, only in the perfect world where the enemy's standing in front of you and you're like, I don't have the jammer pulse. I mean, I don't have the laser pointer, but because he's standing there, I can pulse him with the headshot. Now, when an enemy is moving, you're hitting him in the shoulders, you're hitting him in the neck, you're hitting him in the ear, and none of that's going to be pulsing him. You got to hit him in the fucking head, right? And so what'll end up happening is you'll have horrible damage at the end because you're not stacking anything. You have to have the pulse on this thing, because even though it's a really nice thing, headshots apply pulse for 5 seconds. 5 seconds expires really, really fast. On heroic content, it's fine because you can run around and chase enemies and point and get this close and just wail on their head. Even then, even then I still run technician because it's just not a perfect world. The enemy's moving and you're missing the shots, and then he's not pulsed and you forget he's not pulsed and you're laying into his chest and he's not pulsed, so you're missing all of that damage. You're not stacking, at least. It depends on where you are. So Striker doesn't have any of those issues. Striker is always engaged, right? And the stacks deteriorate, but it's really easy to maintain them. So anyways, so that's one of the downsides and why I chose Striker over Heartbreaker, an all-red Heartbreaker, is because I can run any specialization I want, or Gunner, which is going to give me armor on kill and all that stuff. And this one's giving me bonus armor that I don't get. I'm not going to get any bonus armor. Again, in a perfect world, I'm getting a little bit, but that's worthless, guys. In Legendary, the enemies are not going to be standing still for you like that. And then that bonus armor can be taken away in a single bullet, you know? So when it comes to an all red build, I go I go Striker. Now, if you're going to run armor, then I start looking at the Heartbreaker and be like, okay, well, bonus armor is really nice, but not for Legendary. You know, you still can, you can at the sacrifice of a lot of damage to start putting on a lot of stuff. But like the thing is about the legendary enemies is that they're moving so much that it's actually pretty difficult to stack against them unless you're charging forward. When we're like, so when we're doing speed runs, we charge forward and we're like, oh, blitz, we're here, we're right in your face. And it's like, I whip out the shotgun, I'm like, and stack up and then switch to the assault rifle and go. But if you're a player, if you're not speed running and you're playing like your typical style, you're getting in cover, the enemy is all over the place. And so that bonus armor is just really hard to get it to amount to anything because you stack some, you're gonna stack some and you're gonna be like, great, I got some bonus armor. And then the enemy runs away and you're waiting for your next target, but they're all hiding or running around and you can't land a fucking shot. And in the meanwhile, your bonus armor is expiring, right? And then you're like, oh, I'm back to 0 bonus armor. Now I gotta stack it again. And you know what I mean? And it's just like, it just keeps happening. But you know, try it out. So here's the AK. Let's check out that shot pattern. Straight up. Slightly to the right. But it'll keep climbing. So now we wanted to see, so let's put back on the Striker as we had it, which was all red Striker. So anyways, I have more video that goes into that. And at the end, the testing range doesn't tell the story. The testing range is going to make it look like Heartbreaker is the better build, but it's the practical gameplay that will give you a different impression. And, you know, I think that's where we're really spending our time, right? So, okay, so here's AK with Striker. Basically the same, because that was 2 reloads. So let's do it again. Yeah. And then we wanted to look at the FAMAS with that mod on it. And then we also want to look at the AK with fast hands. So we got this Omega suppressor on the FAMAS now. So let's see how it performs here. Up and to the right. That's crazy. And then let's take it off. I don't care about crits, so I just took it off. Just shoot right where I started, which was about here. Higher. So that's the difference. So it took a turn. It created like this Z pattern, right? Curved and then went up. Where with the suppressor, it was a little more smooth. So that makes it easier to control. Yeah, so you see the split off right there, the little Y it's creating. Now let's put back on the suppressor. And we're starting basically right here. Yep, you see that? It creates that Y. That's interesting, huh? See, there's a Y that is creating, so if we keep starting at the same spot, it's pretty consistent. So that's basically it. So yeah, so without the suppressor, you're going up higher, kind of the zigzag Z pattern like that. And with the suppressor, you're kind of going, it's a little bit more of a smoother line, which means it's gonna, you're not going to be going like this when you're trying to correct, you know. It's going to be a little bit easier to pull it back down, manage it, hold it. So that's interesting, really interesting. Yeah, I'll probably be integrating it into more gameplay and try to get a feel of the FAMAS with that attachment. So, okay, the one quick test is Commander Kessel, what's up? We're testing assault rifles. One quick test is we're gonna check to see if we can get a better DPS value out of the AK with fast hands. So we got 8.4, was that right? Let's just get a value real quick, because I always forget my fucking numbers. Anybody else have that issue? I know I should have a notepad down here and write it down. There we go. And then we want the AK with and without fast hands to see if RPM and is going to make a difference. Weapon handling well, and unfortunately we can't test that in here because we have perfect world scenario. Okay, so AK, everything's the same. And so we're going to change after this is fast hands and see if we get a better DPS. So it's DPS we're looking for. And so we're going to look off of this. We got to cross over like multiple mags. So let's do, let's go ahead and do 5 mag changes. All right. One. Two. 3. 4. 5. Exhaust. 6.6. Maybe a little bit higher. All right. I don't have a notepad right next to me. I know. It's sad. I try to go all digital and then, you know. I'm stubborn like that. So Commander Kessel, lots of things. We're doing some. So really we're trying to, it's been a while, just for those of you that are jumping in a little bit late here, is that it's been a while since I've done kind of my go-to assault rifle test. And so, you know, as we were saying, like if you evolve as a player, the gear evolves, things change, and then you pick sometimes your favorite assault rifle, and then you maybe go a long time before you touch some of those other alternates that might have been your favorite or were close seconds or thirds. And one of them was the FAMAS for me. So the Police M4 is my favorite, and but with Striker coming into play, or as I've evolved as a player, I'm wondering if the FAMAS is better for me now. You know what I mean? Now for PC players, a lot more of them I think gravitate to the FAMAS and on console, but it's really close. It's a really, really close call, because the Police M4 still feels better, but the FAMAS has its moments, and it's not as out of control as I remember it being, and a lot of that's because, you know, we now have a really good Striker build. So anyway, so where were we at, guys? 6.4, just over 6.4. So we need to cross 4 mags. So I think for this to be worth it, I'd probably want to see over 7 million, I think, right? I mean, I guess every little bit counts, but you want a spread because there's a burst damage thing here. But let's see here. Let's get this back to picture 6 to 5. Actually, they held my aim on too long, but it shouldn't matter too much. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll finish. Really looking great. 8 million made a big difference, guys. 1.6 million DPS increase with fast hands. That's amazing. $1.6 million. So yeah, there's the answer to that question. So how does it perform in the real world though? Right? Well, let's go check. Let's go check. But you know, all this mess is going to be the same, basically. So the AK is the straight up one, if I remember right? So that's the AK. So that is easier technically to control than to that, but it does go quite a way. I think that was 2 reloads. So I think a single reload, if we just start here. Yeah. So then the second reload brings it up. So that's what we're dealing with, is that climb. Yeah, I mean, obviously focus is the strongest in the game, right? So it's stronger than glass cannon. So, I mean, yes, there's a way to do it, but you're not going to be alone. Yeah, you're going to need a team behind you. You know what I mean? You need somebody to come in with a coyote's mask. So let's see here. So it's going to be deceiving. If I do this, the reason why is you would still want the scope, right? Wouldn't you? Even though I'm not wearing focus. So are you avoiding the scope or focus? If you don't have focus, because the scope is giving me 30% headshot damage. That's a higher crit value, right? So focus or not, you'd still want the scope if we're looking to like get those massive numbers. But the reason why it's a little bit deceiving is because what we're going to be doing here by doing this is playing into the coyote's buff of 25% crit hit damage, which means you're always going to be playing in 0 to 15 meters. So it's sort of like playing into a situation for the sake of numbers. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, we can get the number really high if you always play within 0 to 15, but that's just not always going to happen, you know? So we're going to put damage here. So yeah, I'm putting damage there, and I'll tell you why in a second. Crit hit damage there. Okay, so when I'm at 55% crit chance, then I go into damage. If I'm at 54% crit chance, I go into crit chance. So I don't like to go over on my crit chance. So I'm either equal or under. And the Coyote's mask is going to give us 10% more crit chance when we're between 50 to 25. The reality is that's where we're really going to play. So this is going to give us 50% amplified damage, but this chest is weaker than focus. Focus is stronger. So in order to get greater values, we're going to have to like play into every, we're going to have to be ambitious, right? So we're going to have to get rid of a gunner. We're going to have to activate firewall. And we're going to have to get that extra damage for enemies standing in front of us by using the striker shield. And then reality is you'd also want a friend in here wearing the coyote mask so that you can run the fox's prayers, you know, things like that, right? And then you'd want somebody running demolitionist so you got more damage to targets out of cover. And so that's how you get those values up. But we're all red with the best backpack talent in the game for damage. So, you know what I mean? There's only so many tricks you can do. If you want a higher number, but what gives us the highest damage crit number? It is the back half of measured, I remember, right? Not strained. The back half of measured gives you a higher damage number. And so we're going to lose DPS in exchange for just a value, right? And so DPS is, what do you want, a higher crit number or a better DPS? And that answer can depend on what content you're wearing. Now the TKB is going to give you a better DPS, but I believe the AKM still gives you the higher crit value, doesn't it? Am I right there? I would test it, but I don't want to switch characters for my TKB. But the TK is going to give you a higher RPM, so. Yeah, usually matchmaking randoms. Yeah, so that does. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to coordinate that. And most people don't care unless they're doing something specific, right? Like you're in a raid or you're trying to one-shot an end boss and you're all coordinating a bunch of stuff. But let's just make sure I got this right stuff. So you're gonna want 1% damage. You're not gonna care about shield health. You have to take health there. And then you got 5% damage here. So we got 11% damage per enemy standing in front of us. So now again, focus is the better way to go, but I'm gonna run it without this. Let's see what number we get. So we need to build stacks, so. And then we gotta switch to Heartbreaker, because Heartbreaker will give us a bigger value. So we're almost to full. $1.608. 1.682. Yeah, 1.682. So that's close. That's close to what we were getting with focus, but there's a lot of things that are happening here. So we're playing into the short term, the 0 to 15 crit hit damage on the coyotes in order to do that. And so where the reality is that's going to be a variable, but that's fine. That's your peak damage potential off of this build. And in order to get peak damage, you're going to want that headshot because we're playing a perfect scenario. So now let's put on Heartbreaker. We should get bigger number. And then without that chest piece, we're gonna want perfect glass cannon. The sacrifice somewhere here. There we go. Because we're not using focus. Focus is better. And this should be stronger than the Heartbreaker chest too, but I do have the Heartbreaker chest. Everything is about the same, so no coyotes, right? So we could try with the coyotes too. So we get high value. So we were at 1.65 before or something like that. So 1.68 is where we were. So 2,039,000. Yeah, so a little less. It's still less than focus. I think focus was like 2.2 or something like that, but it's climbing. It's close. You can get a little more burst damage out of glass cannon, but and then so we could try the Heartbreaker chest too. Let me see. It's a slower way to go, but it's not the worst way to go. And then we'll put on the Coyote's mask. See what number we get there. So we're at crits 48, 122. So we can do crit chance. 54.9. So yeah, we can leave it there. Okay. 2,039,000 is what we need to beat. So we're waiting to get all those stacks there. $2,078,000, so we're a little higher now. 2.1. So this is a little closer because we're getting 25% crit hit damage buff for that enemy. So 2.176 is a high. 2.176. There it is. 2.176. So that's probably the highest. And then if you're looking for DPS, you want to go TKB. Yeah. Unless somebody could think of another way, I think that's without focus. It looks like that's better, but it's a slower way. So that would be slower DPS. Glass cannon would give you faster DPS. Probably even obliterate would give you faster DPS if you want DPS. But if you're just looking at high values, what's my highest crit value? Because you'll see that sometimes, and so people will sometimes are into that, where they're like, hey, I'm hitting, you know, 2.4 million. So you can get this number up with the team, right? I guess is my point. Now, if you're looking at countdown numbers, then yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Don't look at the countdown numbers are going to confuse you a lot, right? So countdown numbers you can get crazy high numbers in countdown because of all you got 7 players in there buffing you potentially, and then you got all these countermeasures that are also buffing you in there. So you know, you don't those numbers unless you're looking for a countdown. But I can't give you countdown numbers inside here. We'd have to go to countdown to get those, and even then it's a variable. We'd have to play over and over and over again until we got like the right combination, and I don't know what the other members are wearing. It's just a crapshoot in there. So what I am interested in doing now at this stage is looking at that crazy weapon, the good times. I was asking earlier if anybody used good times. Hey, so the kimchi, the named FAMAS, which is the burnout, is actually really good. It's really good. Like when I'm running Striker, I wouldn't do it just because it's a little overkill to get that kind of weapon handling. But I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, is there such a thing as too much weapon handling? There is. But you can still do it. You know what I mean? You can still do it for the fun, for the awesomeness of it. I can go put back on Gunner real quick. But yeah, the burnout, actually, I used to run the burnout like it was the way, because I liked the FAMAS. I liked the RPM and the FAMAS, but I didn't like the handling, and the burnout would compensate for that. And then back before Striker days. And then I would run it with the focus chest piece, and it was amazing to run the burnout with the focus chest piece. So give that a try. So now I'm gonna try this bad boy, the good times. I've actually never really given this thing much of a shot, so it's sort of a new weapon for me. I'm almost wondering do I want the extra 50 rounds, or do I want more rate of fire? I'm curious right now, because if my reload speed is so fast, you know, I'm kind of torn, right? But let's go ahead and go for rounds. Stability is not a bad thing either, actually, because if you got a fast reload, oh, it's already got max stability basically. But I like LMGs with this 8x scope. I really like them, because especially for legendary stuff, because you're better off kind of sitting back on with an LMG or finding a good place to cover, because you got 200 rounds or 100 rounds or whatever you got to put out, and it takes a long time to dispense your mag, right? And so you could potentially take a lot of damage. So the farther, you know, the safer you are in location, the better. But this thing is gonna hit over 1 million. And our reload is going to be amazing. So fast hands is originally designed for LMGs, hence the perfect fast hands of being on an LMG. But look at that, 1.2 million off of an LMG is amazing, right? I mean, I could almost use a little bit more weapon handling. It's swaying left to right. But look at that, 1.24. Wow. So I'm excited about that, actually. Bigger mag, less downtime. No, it's just that's true, Mike. Like I agree with that. Like it makes totally sense. But the realities of the gameplay, like in this testing range, it's like this. But we got to account for the realities. And when you get pressed, what happens is this. So you get pressed, like somebody shoots you, you get pinned down. And so what else do you have to do besides sit here and reload? You might as well reload. It doesn't matter how long your reload is. You can't shoot back because they're shooting at you. You know what I mean? Did I not put that on? Oh, I'm sorry, Juan. I thought I did. What did I put on? Oh, I didn't. Ah, thanks, man. I would have been out there shooting that shit, going, "What's going on, people? It's not working. It's not working." So let's go give this a shot. Yeah, I usually spec into bigger mag too. Like with Frenzy, I always debate it. Like, do I want a bigger bag? Do I not want a bigger bag? And most of the time, I go bigger mag. But with fast hands, I wonder, right? Because fast hands makes it like a no reload situation. So and if burst, we know how important burst damage is, right? When they're standing in heals, do I want sustained damage or burst damage? I want burst damage. And so that's what RPM would give me. It allowed me to shove more crits down that enemy's throat in a shorter amount of time. And since I'm getting pinned down anyways,
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
yeah, I am too, actually. I'm an AR rifle regulus type guy too. Actually, I really got into shotguns also, but I'm starting to give LMGs a lot more attention since season 8 in anticipation of season 9. See how easy you get pinned with LMGs? They love to pin you with this gun. And it's easy for them to do it. We could use some more weapon handling on this because I think it would be valuable to be landing all your shots, right? Look at that reload. So once we go inside, it gets really tough because you don't have any places to shoot from. You can get pinned down a lot. Solo, that is. Does anybody like this LMG? It's actually not bad, huh? Can you believe I never ran the good times? I've been deconstructing them for ages. Well, most LMGs in the first place. And then when I was doing all the LMG testing, gonna reload. I turned out like those RPKs. Wow, those are really good weapons. The new reliable, really good weapon. Wow, really nice right there what just happened. That reload allowed me to, this is actually, wow. I mean, on Striker it's really good, but imagine on a Negotiators build too, this could be pretty fucking cool. So I gotta reload. Gotta find our notorious dudes here. Kill this guy. God damn it. Fucking explosive. Those damn drones. We got, I think, just one left, but we've done really well for an LMG. I'm telling you. That's really well for an LMG. I'm telling you. Might as well reload. Damn, that reload is fast. So if I had him a faster mag, this purple lady might have already been dead. No guarantees, right? But maybe because you can burn her. Well, in the situations where she was running, I need her dead though. I need her dead. There we go. I can't have her alive. She will fuck me up with the keep sending drones my way. This is an amazing gun. It's all about good. I'm all about fast everything. Fast reload. We were just talking about that the other night and about this game. Like in this game, in the Division 2, it's all about time. Everything's about time. Fast time to kill, fast time to heal, fast reload. You know, it's RPMs. It's like the faster you are, the more likely you're able to kill them in a healing station. Like just obviously when they're flanking you. And so part of what's working, so we got the fast hands, and then what's helping us with this amazing damage, look at that, we just shredded that chunga, is that focus, right? Is the fact that we're in scope. It's got a little bit of a handling issue. You can see that. Trying to go for headshots as much as possible. And there he goes. Now, where LMGs have a hard time, okay, I gotta tell you, is when we get into tight little spaces. So when we go inside, it's gonna be a different game. I'm gonna struggle with an LMG. They're not very good at they're not very good at what do you call it, blind firing, and I can't do shield. I can't do the shield glitch. I can't play it with the shield. So, which means that I gotta go in and I gotta find cover, and what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get pinned down, and then those chungos are gonna be focus firing on me. And that's why LMGs, you don't see a lot of people doing solo legendaries with LMGs. You can. The Pestilence is one that kind of works because, of course, the Plague of the Outcast. But it's pretty hard to take that one all the way through. You can, but it's not as easy as assault rifles. Assault rifles, it's because you can run the shield and do that corner glitch, and that goes a long ways. And you're better at blind firing and blah, blah, blah. We just need to kill this red guy. Life will be okay. Really good weapon, though. I'm just surprised. And you know, so you could use, I mean, like, and so the reality is like, when I'm testing things, I am doing things like not switching weapons. So, but the reality is like, if you were just more into completing it and you weren't wanting to stick to a single weapon, then you would just have an assault rifle on one hand and the good times in the other hand. And then depending on the room, you would switch from one to the other. But what I find what might end up happening is that you would never leave your assault rifle. You'd get to the point where like, well, why don't I just use the assault rifle? And in this game, that's a really good question. In this game, the assault rifles and the LMGs don't outpower. They don't outpower the assault rifles enough. So what you're looking for is more unique value. What unique value is this LMG going to bring to the game, to me, to the squad? And that's why the Pestilence is the most famous LMG, is because it brings such a unique value. There's nothing that can replace it, you know. I'm in Pacific Standard Time Zone, so it's 10:30 my time. And so this would work with Heartbreaker, of course, if you wanted to. I'm not sure if it accepts the mod. Looks like it does, but we'd have to find out for sure. I might want it's the accuracy we're having issues with here, not the stability. This just looks pathetic to add that little bit of accuracy. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. And down here, can we take a bigger accuracy mod? It's just 10%, and we could double up on the accuracy. I don't know. Yeah, Ashura Star, you're not wrong there, man. The G9 is really good. The Stoner's not bad though. I find use cases like for sustained damage, the Stoner does really well at steady hands, you know. Where this is fast hands, steady hands is it's basically turned it into a bullet king. Oh, we were down a crit mod that whole time. Oops. Oopskies. Oopskies. Let's see, let me remove this mod real quick. So we're at 55, okay. Good chance. All right, so interesting. So one nice thing is you got damage to armor and damage to targets out of cover, but assault rifles do a little bit better because you got damage to health, right? And you got a lot of health. The chungos are health. So what I'm gonna do is switch out this AR here in the back for that FAMAS. FAMAS. My bloody FAMAS. There we go. And then if we really get into trouble, we can switch to that. I mean, this is basically what you'd want to do. But again, you're gonna end up going, well, why don't I just use the FAMAS all the time? And I can argue with that. And so, but in a team setup, this could be pretty cool. You know what I mean? You're weakening them, and then you got your FAMAS guys coming in and finishing them off with this quick little burst damage, you know? So I'm gonna try to play this from this little corner here, but it's gonna be tough. Good damage though. See that purple guy? So the problem again is you get suppressed, right? I'm suppressed. Right there, I just got suppressed. And back there, it's even worse. Let me show you. Back here, it's even worse. Now they got all clean shots of me, right? The whole field has got clean shots of me. Watch. Look at that. Already boom, right? And so the only place to go in here that doesn't do that is behind these crates. Then that way you limit this crate here, you limit the angle, but now you're in burst damage range territory. So let me show you what I mean. So I can play from here and then cut down how many people have an angle on me, right? But now they can press me, and I need to make sure I have the burst damage to take them down if I'm gonna play from here. See if it works though. So that's where the RPMs, when they're standing in hills, you need that burst damage. This is a little bit of sustained damage, so we can pull it off. So here it is. They're pressing me. It was close, right? And so if you play this way, it works, but you're gonna you might complete it and do great, but you might end up with no armor kits at the end too. Right? But if it works, if it pulls it off, actually, that's saying a lot, to tell you the truth. It is saying a lot. But when the chungas come, I don't know. They might get here too fast. They might pin me down. I got 3 guys basically walking mini turrets. I'm not sure my drone is in here with me. I'm not healing. It might be stuck in the hallway. Is that the last guy? That's actually pretty good, to be honest with you. It's actually really good. So we're not in the best situation here. Because my thing was already deployed. Yeah. So in this situation, we're gonna have to use sort of the cheat, right? Like, we have to wait for them to get here and walk over here, use this little glitchy thing, which is fine. A lot of people just play it that way anyways. But the fact that they can't shoot me except for that guy that's blind firing through the fucking thing. You guys are watching that, right? You're shooting through the barrier to get to me. Not bad. Not the worst DPS on the planet. Again, focus does so much for you. That's just why it's one of my favorite talents in the game. Like when you're running focus, like it gives you flexibility on your build. And what it's doing is it's giving us flexibility to use this LMG because it's bringing in so much damage. And not that the LMG's weak. Look at him. Oh, look, we can shoot through it too. There's a little hole there. He worked a hole through there and we used it. Fast reload. Good, good. Look at that. We can shoot through it too. When did that become a thing? When did that become a thing? For how long? How long have we been able to shoot through that? And I'm just now learning it. Did you guys know that? Or is it just me? I'm literally just now learning that. Like, have we always been able to shoot through that thing? Huh. So we survived. We did it. We had to work our angles, but let's try the next room. It's kind of interesting. Reaper says, reported NPCs caught using Chronos. Yeah, it's just really annoying to me, like that they can blind fire and shoot through the cover piece and be nailing me. It's just like, what? Dude, bruh. How come, man? How come? Why are you mad at me? Yeah, handling, I don't know, straight shooter. I like where you're going with the handling, man. I think that it's not a bad thing, man. It really isn't, you know? Look at the guys that take this game super seriously, and you will see, like, you will see them using handling. Like, Reaper Hawk's buddy Gambit that we were playing with yesterday, they were talking about, he was talking about, I think he was saying he runs a 4-piece striker and then runs weapon handling on, a bunch of weapon handling on it, and then runs the Bighorn, you know, that has a bunch of weapon handling on it. So, you know, anyways, and he's a pretty good player. And lots of people use weapon handling. It's not a bad thing at all, right? It's landing your shots is the game. And we've been having these talks more and more. Now, if you're competitive and you're trying to break world records, landing shots matters. But once you get there, then every bit of damage is going to count, and so you need to have that. But the reality is that what I'm finding is that builds matter less and less and less the more experience I gain in this game. Your build matters less and less, which is why which is great because it allows us to experiment with different weapons like this, right? That was amazing. That was a good clear. So this one will be a test here because we're gonna have lots of crazy explosives. Anyway, so your build matters less and less. So what I mean is like power, and so landing your shots and who you aim at first, and your team synergy and where you're parking your butt and your angle that you're shooting at. Like that's those things matter more, right? Being able to constantly shoot is going to matter more than the power out of your build. And so if you're getting pinned down all the time because you chose bad cover, that's going to make more of a difference in your end numbers than the build will. If you're not shooting at all, and so that's why you see guys like with the strongest DPS builds get outplayed by skill builds because skills don't get pinned down, right? And and so think about it from that perspective. If you think about it that way, well, skills don't get pinned down. So even though the strongest DPS build is technically more powerful, the fact that his skill build can always be shooting ends up meaning at the end he's going to get more kills and more damage numbers. Wow, what if I took a DPS build and was able to constantly be shooting? What if I did that? Would I take the trophy home at the end of the day? And the answer would be yes. And so it's like, wow. And so, well, how do I constantly shoot? Well, one is like you can choose really good cover, and if you can manage that, then you'll win. The other ways is like, what if you had more resistance, right? Or what if you killed so fast that you killed the enemy before they killed you, right? And so, you know, or a combination of everything, right? But no, so let's see if we can pull this off. So just got pinned down, right? Now here comes the explosives. So if we could always fire, then we can keep them suppressed and not be suppressed ourselves. But here comes the drone. So again, resistance. Oops, I dropped my turret there. See if I can pick it up. Now it's gonna walk backwards, watch. Hit. Reload, saved our butt. See that? That reload saved our ass. Oh, somebody came from somewhere else. Did I not see him? Where did that guy kill me from? I was behind cover. Huh. But that reload, do you see that fast hand save our ass? And we died anyways. But those are the little things you pay attention to when you're looking at talents like this. I'm reading your comment, Mike. The game gets tired of getting its ass kicked and misbehaves. Totally. You know, it is like that. I do feel like that sometimes because I'll be coming in here and I'll be like just testing a build or whatever. And we kick its ass the first checkpoint over and over and over again. And then all of a sudden I'll come in and I'll die like 6 times in a row. And I was like, what's going on? They just got real fucking aggressive. Oopskies. That's a really good question. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Because this is the part that I don't know, and I think I'm thinking like I got to see how they're going to rebalance the enemies, right? Because right now the enemies are balanced really weird, like we've never seen before. They're really tanky. They're like legendary tanky, but hit like challenging, right? Can you guys agree with that? There's tanky as a legendary target, if not more tanky, but they hit their damage numbers that they give out is like challenging level. That's how I look at it. And you might assess it a little bit differently. And they have to be really tanky. Why? Because they got 8 people shooting at a single target. You can't have that target be really weak. There'd be nobody to kill, right? Everybody be dead with you off of if one of you gives a wet fart, they'd all fall over. So it's like, you know, they have to be really tanky. So when they up the level, what are they upping? Are they making them more tanky? No, that can't be it, right? Because that would be insane. These guys are really tanky in there. I hope they don't make them tankier. If they do, you might not find me in there too much. I'm more into bigger waves. And so that might be what they do. So they might grant larger waves. You know what I mean? And greater damage. So if that's the case, greater damage and larger waves, it means we're gonna be playing from cover a lot more, at time, which will make time more difficult to clear things through time. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be tough. I really don't know. But what if it's just flat out harder? What if you just flat out die more? You know what I mean? Maybe it's just that simple, right? The enemy hits harder. I mean, that could just be it. The enemy hits harder, which means we're going to die more, which means we're just going to be slapped to slow down a little bit and a little more coordinating, stick together more as groups, no more Han Solo dudes. You know what I mean? And that might be the difference. I don't know. Time will tell. Yeah, so I'm curious to see how they're going to balance that enemy out. But you're going to be able to solo it now. That's going to be interesting. Isn't it interesting that they gave us that option? An option to solo. I don't know if I want to. Seems like the content, that kind of content is better. Just play as a group and have fun with it that way. But there's a lot of people that don't want to group up, and so I kind of get that. And it's almost like they want it to be a farming method for us. It's almost why they create it. Like, let's use it for them to farm. Which is, okay, well, there's all these solo players that don't play it because they can't farm in there unless they match make. So let's give those guys the capability to farm in there. It's like, you know, because it doesn't seem they're going to adjust anything there. As a matter of fact, they're giving us more gear, are they not? They're making those end hunters more valuable. Do you guys hear that? Do you remember that from the live stream? So they're saying that the hunters in the end are going to drop more loot so that people don't quit early after they kill the first 4 hunters. So that's kind of interesting. So it is going to be, that makes it even more of a value for me. I mean, I have everything, but gear-wise, but you know, there's stuff to come. This is a good gun, guys. I'm actually enjoying using it. So I'm curious on, you know, it might not be a solo legendary weapon to go through all the way, but a demonstration of power here if you could get good cover. And so, but it's good. It'd make a good legendary build, but it'd just be a team one where you got some other guys who are assisting out there, taking out some of these critical targets that can reach us. Because the only guys that can get us back here are these explosives, right? And so if you had a couple of guys with you, and you're just putting out that sustainable damage, constantly firing, the amazing reload. God damn it! Why am I getting... Yeah, that's annoying.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's see how it works in heroic.
You got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Okay, let's just try this out real quick out here. I think it'll be super fun. But I also see this being a really good negotiators build. Now, one thing is that the weapon handling is helping us land shots, which is helping us get crits, which is helping us get reload speed. So, but the weapon handling itself, we don't need for the reload speed. It doesn't hurt, but nothing beats fast hands. We've proved that out in an earlier stream. I was trying to make the fastest assault rifle reload in the game. And we did that. We stacked reload speed attributes on top of striker, on top of fast hands, and then we tested it. We pulled it apart, put it all back together with all this, removing those attributes as we went. And it turns out that fast hands gives you so much of a buff that you can't even tell you have the other ones. You have, which is a diminishing return, right? Like you can't, they're imperceivable value. So if it was, it's in other words, microseconds. That grenade hits me, I'm gonna be irritated. So probably in the open world, I mean, I would even in legendary actually as a group, I'd probably want to look at the memento backpack, of course, because you want some of that resistance in the form of regen, but also, you know, with a weapon like this, you're gonna expect to take damage, and you want to be able to stay shooting. It's not much different than the pestilence. You want to be able to stay out of cover and just continuously fire. So I'm gonna wait for my skin bags to show up. These decoys. I do like the RPM pickup though. I would be curious. Actually, let me do that. I want to put RPMs on this weapon. Who am I getting shot by? Fuck you. Actually, I've been meaning to test that. So I want to put RPMs here. 5% rate of fire. God, that was a slow beast, huh? See if we can feel that. See if we like that more. With a fast reload, I mean, I don't know, we'll see. burst damage can be a lifesaver, right? Just like a fast reload can. You got an enemy pressing you, or you got an enemy out of cover, and you need to take him out before he gets back into cover. RPMs is your boy. Not the ammo thing. I mean, it can be the ammo thing. I mean, if you're always fucking reloading and it's slow, then yeah, can be the ammo thing. So no way to find out unless we test. But I feel like I'm winning now. I mean, heroic is control points are really good tests because that's what we play a lot, right? So knowing that you got an LMG that we need more talents, though. I mean, to make things more interesting, right? Like, let's put on some more talents and like, what can we do next? What do we want to do besides focus? Focus a lot of power, but what else could we do? You know, how would we get more burn out of that? Like, how would we get a faster burn? Like, how do we get more RPMs out of the chest? I would love something like that, you know? That fucking turret over there is just a angle. Look at it. The angle that turret has, it's so far away too. Like, it'll take me a whole mag to finish it. And it's wailing on me. It's wailing on me. Oh my god. Cooking. Fuck. And now, let's see if this guy can pick me up without running through that fire. Yeah, good. Almost Quasi, what up? So what's our base? 140. So compare that to like the Bullet King. You know what I mean? I mean, it's basically, the Bullet King's got a higher RPM, right? So it doesn't reload. But this has basically got a no reload. It's close to the closest thing to a no reload you can get. Like steady hands, right? But the steady hands ones are usually, what are they, 140? I don't have any of those here, but the steady hands ones are a little higher than the GR9. It's like the Stoder, like it works better on the Stoder. It'll work on the GR9, but you need to have, because of your weapon handling, you need to have like at least 55%, basically 55% accuracy. You need to land half your shots in order for, and you need a, God, that fucking turret is annoying the shit out of me. I gotta get out of here. And so if you land half your shots and you need 100 stacks, that means your mag size needs to be at least 200 rounds. And so that's what I'm saying. So what's my rounds here? So this is a way to basically get unlimited, just like steady hands with a smaller mag, basically. I didn't mean to do that. Heal up real quick. And so, but the benefit of this one, it does bring value. Like, well, why don't you just run steady hands then? Well, because this one's got a base weapon, a higher base weapon damage. So, you know, it's a sustainable damage situation, right? Which is why I think that even though it feels really good on Striker and it's amazing, like, it might be better paired with like a negotiators and just tag everybody and then wail on somebody and then fun, I guess. Come on, guys. Finally. Those turrets are so annoying. Yeah, but that being said, I guess my point with this setup altogether is that I think this would be an interesting legendary build to make out of this. because it's so strong. I don't remember if I spec'd into LMGs. I did. I probably did, but I'm not sure. There might be more damage to take. I mean, that reload. The reload is the worst part about the strong LMGs, and we have none. Yeah, there's a couple of different UI settings, but I'm not on the PC, so the PC put them completely on the side. But yeah, I'm not on floating anymore. I'm on something else. Like my settings, they're called it's UI, I think, scrolling combat text floating. We got 2D or random sphere is the default, and so I got floating. Yeah, and then PC's got that little thing on the side, right? It's like a little. Which I wish I had, because it makes it easier to know what number's doing what, because they don't disappear. Come on, guy. I don't want to shoot at nothing. Yeah, I almost wish they took out the suppression effect from LMGs. It's not a benefit anymore. Not in my eyes. It's a weakness. And I get it. You're like, well, they're suppressing. They're not shooting at you and whatever. But I mean, you'd want it. Well, this is what I found. It makes the most sense. Suppression makes most sense for groups, right? Okay. Now, the more people you run on your team, especially in heroic, the more aggressive they get and the less they get suppressed. And I tested that because when we were going into LMG's series of builds, I wanted to play in. The first thing I wanted to do was play into that suppression. I was like, that's amazing. It's the only thing that does it. I was like, we need to make something out of it. And in the end, I was like, they get more aggressive and it's really hard to suppress. So I used the stoner, the name stoner with perfect, whatever it's called. Oh, God, you see us cut through that boss? That was amazing. This is the build. I'm just wondering if we want negotiators. Let's run negotiators, because this fucking thing is amazing, guys. I'm not just saying that. I know it's been out there forever, but like, I've never used it. And again, like, I'm pretty choosy about my LMGs. I do like the stoner. I do like the stoner. I don't have my negotiator's backpack, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay having a little bit of bursts, more bursts out of this. I got a lot of sustained damage already happening out of the no reload and whatever, so but one way you can look at it too is that, well, if you run the backpack, then, you know, although it's not quite as much, and although vigilance gives you a little more well, the vigilance gives you more damage on a single target, which is very valuable because you're not always shooting up. You don't always have multiple targets tagged, and if somebody's rushing at you, you need to be able to take him down, and vigilance could be the difference of that, right? And the other downside of negotiators is that you might never ever peak out your crit damage buff that it gives you. You may never get there. Anyways, it depends on the situation on which is better. But my point is that the good thing about the negotiator's backpack that nobody ever mentions is it cannot be disabled. It can never be disabled. And what were we talking about? Like with these types of builds, LMGs specifically, you want to spend as much time out of cover, and so you want to anticipate and accept taking damage as part of your build. And so in order, and so if that is what you're doing, then you might not want to run vigilance, right? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. But so if you're playing multiple control points, the memento backpack in this scenario is great. That's right. It's a memento. I know you probably hate that I said that, but the memento is great because you're going to get trophies and you can have 30% weapon damage plus 3% armor regen, and you're gonna be able to take damage, sustain a little bit more of it, and at the same time you're not going to be disabled. Are you going to be a little bit weaker up front? Absolutely. But when you're at 30 trophies, is that less damage than vigilance? Yes, but it doesn't get disabled. Neither does the negotiator's backpack. So, you know, so with LMGs, I would say like for heroic content especially, the negotiator's backpack or whatchamacallit, or the memento would be really good ideas if you're doing heroic stuff. I mean, even in legendary too. Even in legendary, I don't know. With this LMG though, I'd have to test it. So I'm clearing, resetting. So let's go ahead and, which one do I want to start out with? The default negotiator's backpack, I guess. And then we can run the contractor's gloves. It's always a good thing to have. LMG damage. That alone might make it worth it. I have them all rolled to defense though. Should be okay. Not the end of the world. Take armor with crit damage, probably the better one. Or repair skills would be the other one, but armor with crit damage, right? Rather have crits than weapon damage, so to speak. And then, well, we're already gonna get a lot of crit damage. Actually, we might want to take armor instead. I mean, take off the armor. Scratch it, because negotiators can give us more crit damage, right? You can never have too much crit damage, can you? You can. You can have more crit damage. Too much crit damage. Isn't that weird? There is a diminishing number on crit damage. I find it's like usually over like, I think it's been a while since I've tested it, but like, what is it, like 240%? I think 220, somewhere up there. Like once you get way up there, like you just seeing little value out of your crits. So now we need to recrit our build. I don't know how, but oh, because we lost Cheska, that's right. So crit chance, crit chance. Now I'd probably put crit chance on those gloves instead of repair skills, just to make sure we're at peak numbers, but this will work. Yep. Give her a try. Negotiator should work, Mike. Sometimes make sure you have your icon. If you don't see the icon, then unequip a PC the icon there, so that means negotiators is active. And then of course from there it's just tagging enemies. Make sure you always have at least three enemies tagged if you can. So it's, you know, spray and then focus on that enemy. Sometimes it can glitch and not be active, but I've found for the most part it's been relatively stable, this set. It was known to glitch from time to time a while back, but I haven't noticed that in a long time. That road got pinned down. So I got 3 enemies tagged. My most important target is that those turrets. Those turrets just are so fucking accurate and hard to hit. So I got one tagged. There you go. So tag that turret. Tag that enemy. See, this build makes a lot of sense because again, it's sustained damage and then it's crit based. Who am I getting shot by? What? Why are you creepy? I hear a voice. Oh, there you are. I'm ready for you, buddy. And then also you got to keep those stacks. They do expire. What is it, like 30 seconds per stack? I mean, per the marks. Nice monkey roll. Oh, more people on the outside? What? Yeah, it feels. Yeah, that's a good gun.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I sometimes, you know, I feel like negotiators is too good, and so there's a lot of times like where I know negotiators is like, oh man, it's gonna be the best setup, and it's just too good. So then I'm like, I gotta reach for something a little more creative, because we know this set works with basically anything, right? There's so much value. Mostly, and for me, the biggest value isn't the damage, just so you know, like it's not going to bring as much damage as, who am I getting shot by? As strikers, but we just know that there's these pain in the ass targets that like they sit in the back like that, and if we could just tag him and get rid of him by focusing on somebody else that's easier to acquire, the whole game gets easier. And that's why you see this set, it's actually the #1 way to solo legendary. And then so a lot of people, they sort of get started with this set when they're soloing legendary, and then you'll probably know, well, some of them never leave it. Right? And then some of them evolve to like, oh, I'm gonna do it with Hunter's Fury. It's harder. It is. Hunter's Fury is harder because you gotta run up there, and if you're playing solo, it's a little bit more difficult to get in their face than if you're with a group. Come some rogues. It's gonna be easy with the rogues. Rogues and negotiators is a really nice combo. Good way to clear them. So I can tag that turret, which is usually really hard to hit, right? So just tag it. And then, oh, bad turret placement, fell, fuck. And then wail on this easy one that's right in front of me. Oh, what? Fucking sniper. It's all good. Let's try it with, Let's get some trophies.
Target lost.
I mean, this might be hard to do here because we might. Let's see if we can get our crit values. 53. Crit chance. Everybody can change that. Yeah, we'll get there. 59. Is there a better place to farm? Yeah, let's go down here. Actually, let's go to Crash and then south. Yeah, no, I play on, yeah, I'm on the Xbox.
Supply room access unlocked. Supply room access unlocked. Reinforcements en route.
The plants. They're annoying. Let's get up. I mean, it does feel a little cooler with Striker, just so you know, like, you know, the handling thing. The fuck? Where'd you come from, dude? The RPMs, that is, mostly. I want these guys to come and play. They're all fucking playing so deep. Like, I don't want to shoot at them. You know what I mean? Like, a waste of ammo. Go get some trophies while I'm waiting for them to show up to the fight. Really? Who the fuck? Damn, fired. I'm still dizzy. Look at an hour of being dizzy. Man. And she got a second grenade off. Oh god. Still in the fire. Can't. We're on. God damn it. That's just ridiculous. I'm upset that they changed that. They used to make it so easy. I mean, it wasn't easy, but it was less noticeable, the dizziness, and then they recently made it so that when you catch on fire, you're dizzy so strong and long, you know, and it's like, fuck. Ah, come on, dude. Like, what do you guys think? Do you run LMGs solo? Do you really see them as a solo weapon? Besides Pestilence aside? Like your standard LMGs, GR9s or whatever? Or is there real value in running solo with an LMG? Or is it sort of like, why don't I just run an assault rifle, you know? even with the GR9, even with the Stoner, you know? Can you say this is better than an assault rifle? Can you say that? You know? These guys are just like not showing up. Come on. It's like they know something that I don't. There's a party. We're not invited to it. They're so spread out. It's like I'm bored. Like let's find an enemy. And they're like too far away to like to be shooting at them proficiently, you know? Like I can, but it's sort of like I'd rather not even shoot at them because it's gonna take so much ammo and focus. So like I'm missing all these shots. They're too far away, you know? Like that guy back there, right? It's way the fuck out there. I mean, I can't even shoot him. LG with golden bow is the only time they're great. Yeah, it's true. Like I was having a lot of fun with the GR9 because you have this infinite reload thing. So global events, there we go. So you could say like with global events or global events, they make a lot of sense. Situational, of course. But what about for general gameplay? Anybody's fine like I had a buddy who was and he was in our first clan. I think he still is. But he was like addicted to the Sleipner. It was always, I mean, he loved the Sleipner. He's running it and whatever. And I ran it and I gave it a shot and I analyzed it. I just thought like, well, the GR9 was just better with Frenzy. That's before the GR9 existed. But that aside, I don't know if it tops out in the burst damage of any particular assault rifle I want to measure it against, you know? But certain talents can bring value. So like Frenzy is only available for assault rifles, for instance. So that's, you know, and if you find a use case for it, but we're talking solo heroic gameplay. Solo heroic gameplay is like, is Frenzy alone without a global event? Is it outshine? Can you say I'm better off with Frenzy on this LMG than I would be with an assault rifle, you know, or any LMG that is, or any LMG talent that's unique too. But that's what I have a hard time doing with LMGs. Come on, dude, I'm hitting you. All right. Now in a group play, it's different because you can add value and sustain damage while your team is bringing the burst damage. And if you're not a burst damage guy, then you know that could be your answer there too. Like, oh, I love sustain damage, just holding down the trigger and you know chucking them down into small little pieces. I play because you play more relaxed, you know, and so you set back a little bit more. But this one's pretty good. I mean, what assault rifles have? I mean, this is bringing the power of an AKM, right? And so that's sort of sad. Like in the real world, wouldn't you expect a LMG to be stronger, right? Larger caliber, harder hitting weapon. I mean, one bullet just taking arms and legs and heads off and shit, you know, from a single round. Where assault rifles, you know, it might go straight through the target and make a hole instead. You know, like nice gory details. I know. But my point is, it's like for an LMG to be equal or weaker than most assault rifles in our game, you know what I mean? Just doesn't. It seems a little backwards to me.
Supply room access unlocked.
I think that LMGs actually need a rebalance. I think they need to be stronger. I think that the strongest LMG needs to be stronger than the strongest assault rifle. Look at that. You see where we're going? So I think that, I guess I got to say, you know, looking at it, and I think, and you've heard me say this before, where the LMGs shine are the attributes, because they bring the most damage to targets out of cover in the game, right? Where assault rifles in heroic content aren't that great, because they bring 21% health. I mean, they're great. Don't get me wrong. They're the staple. That's not what I mean. I know how that sounds. That's not what I mean. They're awesome, right? They're the staple. They're the standard. It's what you guys go to, right? But the reality is that if you had an assault rifle without that much health damage, wouldn't you be happier for heroic content? Now, for legendary, the health damage is very helpful, right? Because you got tanks and you got chungas, and that's why assault rifles for legendary are amazing. So, but that's a 21% health damage. That's a lot of health damage. What if you reallocated it? Now, there are weapons that do that, right? Like shotguns have 12% damage to armor. And then I don't have the other one, but the other one is the capacitor. So the capacitor's got the highest damage to armor in the game for an assault rifle, which is why it's really good. It's got 12% damage to armor and 9.5% damage to health. So they basically, they cut the health damage in half, and they doubled the damage to armor on the capacitor, which is why you like it so much. And you don't realize, a lot of people don't realize that. Why do I like it? I see that it's got damage to armor, damage to health. Okay, you see that, I saw that, we all saw that. But if you really look at it, they cut it, the damage to health in half, and doubled the damage to armor. And so that's why it feels so great. That's why it's like, wow, like that build, that perfect blend is so awesome, because you got this 12% damage to armor on an assault rifle, and then you got the damage to health is lessened. Where on most assault rifles, it's got a base attribute of 21% damage to health, which is good on those little red guys and stuff like that. Basically just the red guys in open world heroic content, because there's not much Tusk running around here, right? But those red guys are never really your threat. It's the fact that what are you dealing with? Like, what is unique about heroic content that's not in legendary? It's the fact that the whole second wave is elites. The whole second wave is elites. So I would rather have damage to armor and damage to targets out of cover in heroic content than damage to health. In legendary content, I want a nice balance. I want both. I want the capacitor, right? And so LMGs bring value to heroic content, because they stack damage to targets out of cover and damage to armor, and give you the highest level of damage to armor, damage to targets out of cover in the game.
Reinforcements incoming.
The highest attribute is, what is it, 12% there? I think it's 12%, so nothing else can give you 12% as far as I know. Shotguns are the closest next best thing. Gun is amazing. It really is. I'm surprised I'm just now using it. And maybe I used it a long time ago and I just wasn't impressed. But that is an evolution that I've gone through. I have found that, what is funny, is that you know, I'm still a fast RPM guy, you know, and my weapons reflect that. My weapon choices reflect that. But I have gravitated to the slower and the stronger weapons as being some of my favorites. So one example where a slower, stronger took the place of a faster one is in the shotgun category. So the shotguns, the Super 90 used to be my favorite. Now it's the M870/KSG shotgun, just depending on my mood. Which are way slower than the Super 90, but way stronger too. Well done. See, it's always those fucking turrets, man. You gotta get those turret guys before they even drop it. Those turrets are a hindrance. They're so accurate at such distance. I mean, look at that distance, you know. I mean, we got a little bit of damage resistance because we got some regen and. So, like, for heroic content, what also could be good is like a, look at that shredding power. Like protection from elites could work if you know, as long as you didn't sacrifice too much damage for it. For heroic, because you know there's so many of these guys out here.
Detecting additional hostile.
1,000 plus, probably, yeah. I mean, the question is probably changing a little bit too, because I think the DZ is becoming a little bit more critical on expertise. They're like, of all the people that are really crunching through the expertise, it's the PvP players the most. So again, that also goes with watch level. Because they got the characters and the resources to do it, right? So with this, you kind of probably want to play a little bit more aggressive now that I think about it, because if you got such a good reload, but you're playing so relaxed, it doesn't really matter what your reload is, then this LMG doesn't make any sense anymore. Does that make sense? You want to put yourself into fighting situations where you're getting, where the juice is worth the squeeze, so to speak, right? Like, but if you're playing super relaxed and waiting too much standing around, then like, well, yeah, you got all the day, and who cares how fast, slow your reload is? See, these elites feel like nothing. They feel like butter. High base weapon damage, damage to targets out of cover, damage to armor, high damage to armor. They're made out of butter. It's the chungas and the tech that'll feel a little bit different when you face up against a like a tank. You're gonna be like, oh, it's taking forever against this tank. I can feel the resistance coming off of those trophies, in case you're wondering. So I think I do like the trophies better. Like, I'm able to take more damage and heal through the damage while I'm taking it. So yeah, I think you do want to play more aggressive with this weapon. It's paying off more versus sitting on top of that hill waiting for them to come to me. And burst. Pick up some burst. A little too close looking for that scope, but Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, that's good news. So I started playing a little bit more aggressive. My point is that it felt more fun and more alive, and like the build, you're working for the build and the build's working for you. So if you're running good times and you're playing solo, I don't recommend you kick back too much. I think you might get bored. And then like you can just go with an LMG that's got even, like, who cares about your regen? I mean, your armor, I'm sorry, about your reload. If you're playing so relaxed, like, might as well pick up a weapon damage talent there. But when you're playing in or clearing content fast, you're trying to sort of, you're not running and gunning, but you're pushing on them, then your reload's gonna matter because you saw that we had 5 guys around us. We tagged them all and then killed them all, and if you are gonna hold your spot though, if you are gonna do that, then power up and go max power on everything. So I'd probably maybe would look at those knee pads, the sword knee pads, pick up that 30% weapon damage. I mean, you can still do a memento anyways. You can do whatever you fucking want. This game is like that. But let's say, how would we make this stronger? I don't know. Because this is the strongest chest in the game right here. Not much we could do to make this stronger. Besides get out of this negotiators. But I like the negotiators is pairing up really nicely with it, right? You always hear me say, like, if you're running negotiators, like, always be shooting. Like, it's a crowd controlled DPS build. You're like thinning the ranks. You're weakening the enemies, and so that your team can not be overrun. You can be killed. You can take out critical targets, whatever. Helping your basic. It's sort of like if you look at it this way, you're sort of buffing your team's damage because you're making the enemy weaker. It's the same conversation we had about the explosive bleed build that Gambit. We were talking about Gambit's build last night. Is that he runs like a max explosion build with max status effects and then the Vile Mask, and then he hits them with artillery and they bleed, and so he kills them with it's mostly an explosive damage kill, but he weakens the weak guy. He weakens the rest of the enemies with a bleed to stack that multiplicative damage, and then but he's also weakening them for the DPS players to come through and just put a couple of shots out, make them easier to kill, make them less of a threat. Right, and that's what negotiators does too. So even if you don't, so you can look at it that. So that's why the chest piece holds a lot of value. Like, you can wear the negotiator's chest piece if you want to be more like that explosive bleed build, a team support build. Like, if you want to be more support and less selfish, so to speak, you know, not selfish in a bad way, but more team support, then run the chest piece, tag as many guys as you can, weaken them, and then trust in your DPS team. Trust in your DPS guys, right? Or your quick burst damage guys. Trust in them. Say, I'm gonna weaken as many guys as I can. That's weird. It said she was here and she just fucking disappeared. Anybody see that? There was like a watch and that's so weird. All right. Oh, vendor opens one day. Okay, I guess we're. What day is it today? It's Monday. Okay, I get it. I should be the last. It's about to be. I don't get it. It should be the last Cassie. But did you see that? She just like teleported. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm on drugs. It doesn't become a hindrance, Mike. That's a good question. I mean, it takes some good, some getting used to, but the 8x scope is just really. I actually use the 8x scope on SMGs. It's not really that zoomed up. This is the way I look at it. And it's not for everybody, okay? But like, about here is, I would say, about 15 meters. It doesn't look like it, but it is, right? It's approximately, and so. As you can see, we're not really super zoomed up, and I could even pull in. And obviously, your movement's got to be a little bit smoother. It's also about that, right? But I use it on SMGs because what I find is like, if look at this, look at Intimidate, right? You guys have all run Intimidate by now, I'm sure, right? It's been around forever. Now Intimidate says like, the enemy's got to be within 10 meters for it to work. And then if you ever notice how often Intimidate's not working because the enemy's at like 11 meters or 12 meters, 13 meters, 15, 20 meters, and you're running and gunning and they're still in those ranges. And that's because, have you ever noticed that the NPCs walk backwards faster than you can run forward? You ever notice that? They're faster at walking backwards than you are running forward, which means they increase the gap between you and between the tip of your barrel and their bodies. They're increasing the gap. They're doing it on purpose, right? Because they know that they're debuffing you by walking backwards. The game is pretty fucking smart that way. And so they're debuffing you by walking backwards. And so they're taking things away, like Killer. If you kill an enemy within 10 seconds, when they walk back away, they're creating more misses, less bursts, etc. They're going to take longer to kill, blah, blah, blah. And then your buff expired. You know, that 10-second, you know, little stupid things like that, right? All the time. But anyways, my point is that Intimidate is like, if you've noticed how often it's not active, even though you're running and gunning. And that's because I have found on run and gun builds, on my one-shot Regulus Headhunter Hunter's Fury build, on my whatever, on my run and gun builds, enemies, you're taking 3 of them usually at a time, and you usually have to run on average, and you usually have to run around the control point to find them. And so on average, I've found that most of the time you're fighting the enemies between 10 and 20 meters, which is an average of 15. So so even when you're running and gunning, you're encountering them usually at 15 meters, you know, which is a pain, right? Because it's like, that's why like close and personal is actually a really hard one to use, because you got to activate it at 7 meters. But once you do, it stays active. So that's what's okay. So you only need to catch a guy at 7 meters every now and again, and the rest can be at 100 meters if you wanted to. But, so anyways, that being said, the 8x scope works really well at those distances. And so I've, that smoke sucks. So I've integrated it into some SMG builds and even shotgun builds. Like if you saw that, that Super 90 shotgun build, it's pretty amazing. So we need to take out that fucking turret. Goddamn turret. It's always the turret with these types of guns. It's not always the turret with every build. It's always the turret with these types of weapons. the slower ones, you know what I mean? Because they pin you down, and you don't have the DPS or the range and accuracy to bust that belt to get right up on them. So, but yeah, in general, yeah, when an enemy presses in their face and they're 2 feet away, you know, having the 8x scope can be a pain. So, but I've just kind of gotten used to it, and I can take them, you know. Got a fucking turret again with the turret.
Serious trauma detected.
This guy's suppressed. But yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like to play in scope. It's not comfortable for them. There's a lot of other options. I mean, on this build, shit, I'd consider the negotiator's chest piece actually. But because, and the reason why is because the base weapon damage is so high, 140. Didn't I put the faster mod on? It says 525. Wasn't this? Yeah, I guess that's right. Right. We could put on a longer belt, but the striker, that's right. The striker is pushing it to 600 RPM, so. It's funny when you get done using some of these builds, like Perfect Blend or even the shotgun build that we ran for the global event. which is one that I dubbed the Blitz build. It's a Blitz, and I was running it with the KSG, but it's so fast paced. It's like some of these other builds, like I feel like it's too slow, nodding off. Speed it up. I mean, you can only make it so fast paced, right? So, but it's shit like this. Some of this comes with the territory with LMGs, right? And the scope. You get this double suppression world happening. Here it is. So it works. I think we've proved the case of this weapon. Good Times is on the list of interesting LMGs to try. I think it's actually going to be a good one for our legendary scenarios, and I'm curious. As you know, again, that makes me curious to see what builds we got down the pipeline. Loki, what up, bro? Glad I caught you too, man. Scott's OG, what's up, man? You tried out that build? Yeah, that regen's crazy. Try, and I do encourage people to try like version 1 if you haven't already tried version 1. Slaughter version 1 is I think it's still my favorite overall over all of them. It really is. Armor on kill is just like a big boost to those heals, and if you got 2 skills that are doing a really good job of killing, I gotta whip that bad boy out. It's been a while since I run Slaughter 1.0, but if you got 2 skills that are really good at killing, you got your capacitor in your hand, then 20% armor on kill is great, right? Is great. It gets you through a lot. So you might be running around to go get a trophy, and then you're like at half armor, and you'll see your armor just jump as soon as you touch that trophy, because you touched the trophy and all of a sudden you got a kill. And then you're like, wow. And then there's another trophy on the ground, and you touch that trophy and your things just keep increasing in damage because you're stacking trophy on trophy after you've already had a full stack. Either one works. The only difference is, so Spotter, this new one, Slaughter 2.0, it plays out differently because it's a little bit more efficient. So you got more regen, you got more armor, you got both of those things, more regen and more armor. And so in exchange for those increases, what you've done is you now have to like focus fire more, which is what you should always be doing anyways. So it's not a bad thing at all. Your skills should all be, and your weapon should all be pointed at the same thing. And so, you know, especially when you're running solo, but you know, that's you're gonna give you the best time to kill, and time to kill means everything, right? As we've learned. So instead of spreading your skills out and spreading your weapon out, focus on the same target if you can. Now, sometimes it's not always you're not always able to do that. You got a drone operator in the back. You can send your drone at it, and your turret's shooting at something else, obviously. So, but my point is that you're running spotter and you're running the TK with the laser pointer. So you need to tag whatever target that your skills are shooting, or they're not going to get the benefit of spotter, which is why you want to focus fire. So easy to do, and you're doing it most of the time anyways. But that's the difference between them. In exchange, you're not running glass cannon, and so you technically have more survivability because you can get out of cover and stay out of cover longer because you now don't have a glass cannon, but you still got pretty good time to kill. Not quite as fast as glass cannon, but close enough, you know. So again, you're not taking as much damage, so you're not needing as much regen, but it's all there. Always the turrets. See how they're all getting pinned down. So you should pay attention when you're playing in a group. The suppression out of an LMG is way more infrequent. That's because the LMGs, that's the balancing of the game in the game. That's why, just so you know, it's not really that much of a mystery. It's just that, you know how the game gets harder when you play with four guys? That's part of it. The enemy gets more aggressive. They increase the aggressiveness of the enemy, right? And so, which means they're going to be harder to suppress. How he's not tagged is fucking amazing to me. He's a little too deep. Let's go get some trophies. Let's go for a walk. It's trophy heaven. Come fly with me. Come fly away. Something, something. In old Bombay. Anybody know the fill? Can anybody fill in the blanks there for me? What are the words before something, something Bombay?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Skagen, what's up, bro? Welcome. Or is it Skagen? Denmark, what up? Yeah, good to start your day with a little Tux. Appreciate that. Like a fresh cup of coffee. First person to tell me that. No, I actually this week I've been meaning to catch more European time zones. If I don't get as many this week, I will continue through next week and get more European time zones. Also, I got to say, so there was a new video that launched this morning, or technically Monday morning, depending on where you're coming in. So check that one out. I'll post it. I'll drop a link here in a minute in case you missed it, because YouTube sucks at giving notifications. It sucks, bro. Sucks. So sometimes, even if you're a hardcore follower, even if you watch every single one of my videos and comment and like, and you're in the players club and you're on Discord and all that fun shit, you still don't get notifications sometimes. You know? Some of it might be your phone settings too, by the way. But like Sick Jim, he gets his notifications are on point. He's so fast. we should have Sick Jim send us his phone settings. We all take note. We need like a lecture from him. He's always like first to show up on the chat. Like right, I mean he's fast, guys. He's faster than I am. So one of the things I do is I pin a comment as soon as I get going, right? And he's he gets his comment in before I do, and I just post the thing. It's amazing how fast he is. He's got like a cheat code to YouTube for sure. Yeah, I'm stoked for Reanimated too, man. All my favorite builds are part of Reanimated. I do enjoy headshot builds more than my hybrids, just so you know. Like I do. There's just, you know, and I think it's supposed to be that way, right? I think we're supposed to get more satisfaction, more rewards out of headshot kills, right? That's why they gave us that crunchy crunch sound, right? We got a nice crunch sound going. And then also more XP, and then you get chain killing, headshot chain kill XP also. That's a nice one. Oh, this little red guy. Yeah, bosses aren't a problem. There you go. There we go. Thank you, Loki. If you can use some exotic beauty. No, I don't have the rhythm in my head. There's an exotic bar in Far Palm Bay. There we go. You don't want to hear me sing, though. I did not got a singer's voice. I'll be the first to admit it. I'm still going through puberty, I think. I like this beat. This beat's intense, man. It's a thinker beat. This is one of these beats that gets you in the zone. Like, if you want to go and kill a lot of shit in the game, hopefully not the mall, then listen to this fucking song. You know what I mean? It gets you in the zone. Right? It'll kick it like that. Like, yeah, you get, I mean, this one will get you killing shit. Like, I'll run this with one of these reanimated builds, this song, and I'll just get into a good killing spree. Swedish, just, you know, the skill tier can go anywhere, right? You can put the skill tier on the striker if that's easier too. So you just need an all red Cheska piece. So remember that if it's becoming hard. So you need, this is one of the core pieces you need. Everybody needs this piece, right? I'll show you here. Everybody needs this chest piece. This one. Well, technically it's a different one. I don't have it. Damn it. It's in my bag. I mean in my stash. But what you want is an all red Cheska with a talent that can be rotated in and out, right? And I have that. It's just, unfortunately it's in my stash. And so that way you can put your skill, you can put the skill tier on the other strikers. You know, remember we had one striker with a red core. So you can put the skill tier there and you can just craft that glove. I know you already thought of that, but in case that's what's holding you back. Because you're gonna need an all red striker chest piece anyways. You need it on your backpack, you need it on your chest. You also need it on your gloves and your holster. Usually don't need it on your knees. I find Cheska is most important on the mask, backpack, and chest because your other three pieces can be improvised. So, and improvised pieces are much more flexible because you can rotate in the mod for a crit damage slot or protection from elites or whatever you want it to be, really. So that's why it's usually the 3. So if you're looking to slim down your stash space, those are little things to look out for. It's like, oh, well, an improvised can replace an improvised holster, for example, or a glove or whatever, can maintain like 6 different things. I think maybe even more. Let me find one that I'm talking about here. Let me find the right combination. It's one where you got the crits and the basically, yeah. I don't have the right one here, but if this had crit chance, crit damage, and the core attribute was able to be re-rolled over and over again, that represents so many different pieces. So you got a Cheska with armor or skill tier or a red core. You got a Grupo, because of the mod slot can be changed, right? With max crits or armor or skill tier or red core, right? You have a protection from elites build with armor or skill tier or red core. So however many that added up to, you know what I mean? Or you can run a headshot build, right? Where you need crits and headshot damage. You got to meet that 150% threshold for a headhunter, like a Regulus build, a Virginian build, an 1886 build, even a sniper build, whatever. So these pieces can even fit for there. And so it can be a Providence, right? You can put the headshot model. Granted, it's not 15%, but fine. You have to sacrifice a 5% headshot damage for more stash space. A single improvised gear piece it will have you deleting 6 or 7 different pieces out of your holster, you know. And then you're gonna need combinations. You're like, well, some of them I need weapon handling and crit damage. You do, and that's if you like the chameleon, because the chameleon brings all the crit chance that you need, right? And so there are builds where you want 0 crit chance on your build because they're all in the weapon. What other gun does that? The Diamondback. The Diamondback is another one where you want no crit chance on your build because the gun guarantees a crit. The chameleon brings all the crits. What else does that? SMGs. SMGs bring all the crit chance that you need on the build. So that's why you also want the ones that have crit damage and weapon handling, or crit damage and headshot damage. Those make sense too when you're trying to go max power on different things. So, and that's why I have so many goddamn improvised. So then you start filling your shit back up because you're a psycho builder and you're always building things and you need serious fucking therapy. If that's you, I have somebody you can call. Genghis Khan, appreciate that, man. That's nice. It's nice, man. I'm trying to rally you up, guys. Trying to be the force of positivity. Easy to do when you love a game in the community. Like there's there's bad apples out there, of course, in our community, but there's so many cool people, and I know that because they're all on our Discord. You know what I mean? So if you want to be around like-minded, positive people, man, just come to the Discord. Come kick it, guys. It doesn't cost anything. It's free. You don't have to be in a clan. You don't have to like raids. If you want to do that stuff, awesome, because we have it. But it's open world, man. That's I'm designing it as a safe haven. That's what it's intended to be for, right? And that's why we were like non-elitist. We're not just about clans. We're not just about raids, but that's part of the game, so we offer that. But there's so much nastiness in this game that I don't want to be around it. I don't want to play with it. Either do you, you know? And so that's why I was like, okay, so we can't stop the internet from being the internet, because the internet's always gonna have trolls, and the games are online, etc. So we can't stop that, and you hear me talk about it all the time. And so we need a game initiative to really put a halt to it altogether, and I'm surprised they haven't done that, but they're lacking resources, so I get it. So because they could combat it with people like me. Like if they got more people, I mean, I would love to have more competition in the Division 2. You know what I mean? And so some of the other guys that I think that you guys might watch or like online, whether it's Twitch or YouTube or whatever, you know, some of them are a little too special, but might be a little too specialized to influence the entire community. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's part of what I focus on too, is because like, where do you guys play? I mean, I know some of you guys are PvPers. I know some of you are strictly raiders, but I also know the majority of you are solo PvE players. So should I, you know, that dictates a little bit on where my attention goes and what type of video I'm going to put out this week, or what I'm going to stream. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a general consensus in the community that PvP sucks, so you're probably not going to see me streaming a lot of PvP out there, when only like less than 10% of the players are even dabbling in it, and less than 1-2% of the player base is ever going to complete a raid. You know. But there are at least 100 people out there that do nothing but raid, right? There are at least 100 people that do nothing but raid. So I understand how somebody who does nothing but raid will stream and get a pretty decent audience, because there's a lot of people that do nothing but raid in the Division 2. But there's just more that do nothing but PvE, and even more that do nothing but heroic PvE, and even more that play nothing but solo heroic PvE. That's the largest group. So I have to, well, I don't have to, but I like representing that group. You know what I mean? And giving them a voice. And other people do too. I'm not the only one that does that. I'm not saying I am, but there needs to be more, you know, more than the measly 5 or 6 guys we have on YouTube. It's sad. It's sad how many content creators we have in it. And I say that because I know you guys are like me and you've played other games, or you've gone online and seen these other games like Call of Duty and whatever, Ghost Recon and whatever. I mean, there's just massive amounts of people. Battlefield covering that game. I mean, you got your Sniper Wolves and your what's his face? Oh, I can't remember. I just fucking totally forgot his name, but you know, the guy, Dr. Disrespect, right? So like, there's so many big names out there with millions upon millions upon millions of followers, and they don't play the Division 2. Don't you think that's weird? You know, they don't play the Division 2 at all. And when some of them did, they were paid to. Of course, they were paid to do it. I mean, and the reality is, when you're that big, you can't even play a video game unless you're paid to. Because if you play a video game just for fun, you're basically doing free advertising, and that's really valuable. And then nobody's going to pay you because you're like, well, he'll do it for free. So it gets to that side. It gets to that, right? I get that. But my point is like, it'd be so cool to have more content creators offering different values. You know, even if those are just entertainment value. Like one of the guys that I really like, and he's actually not that small, but he comes off kind of small, even though he's got quite a following, probably because he's been doing it for a while, is Lyrical. Does anybody used to watch Lyrical? He doesn't do Division 2 anymore, but he did. And then he stopped in season 9. But I thought he was really entertaining. I thought he was a funny guy. He reminds me of like this kind of, he's very cheeky. You know, very, very funny. And, you know, he doesn't really focus on builds too much. I mean, he would do a build and he would show it off or whatever every now and again, but it wasn't really the point of his content. It was just randomness. It was random gameplay, and it was just, he was just the way he talked. He was just kind of entertaining, you know? And he always had this guy that was kind of quiet, kind of introverted. He was always playing with him, and I didn't watch this guy's videos religiously. It was just kind of like, I'd see his videos. He didn't even create a lot of videos, but when I'd see him, I'd be like, oh, let's see what he did. And they were all PvP stuff that he'd just be doing in there in PvP. And he's over there talking to people using proximity chat. Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, you want to try something real quick? Hey, let me shoot you real quick, and then you shoot me back. And then let's see who dies. It was just funny stuff like that, right? Just randomness, little randomness. Just stringing little randomness that happens in the DZ. Nothing super interesting. Really, it's not. But he is interesting, right?
he was just kind of a funny little guy, and not little, but you know, he's just kind of a funny guy, and there was nothing particularly funny about him. He wasn't telling jokes. He wasn't in there telling jokes or anything like that. He's just cool to listen to. I like lyrical. It's lyrical something, like lyrical builder or lyrical something. There might be more than one lyrical too, so don't be confused. But it's the one with the British accent, and he was always nothing but PvP. But he was funny, man. I liked him. And then I think he stopped doing PvP content because, you know, PvP is glitchy and whatever. And you get it, right? And I was just talking about this last night or a couple nights ago where I was like, you know, I'm a PvP guy. Did you know that? Like, I'm a major PvP guy. Like, I love PvP. Like, in Battlefield, I left Division 2 so I can go play Battlefield 4 PvP early on, you know? As a matter of fact, I left Division 1 for Battlefield 4, if I remember right. My timeline's right. And so I love PvP, but the Division 2, the Dark Zone thing, it just sort of always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It's just like, you know, it's like, so we're going to go in there and look for this really elusive loot, and then somebody's going to steal it from me, and then I'm going to have a bad taste in my mouth, not against that person, but against the game, because it's just like, because this game is about grinding, you know what I mean? And it's just like, we only have so much time in the day to fucking grind, you know? We can only grind. We only got like, you know, whatever. How many hours do you guys play? You got other things to do in life. We can't just play 20 hours a day. So it's like, you know, I got videos to make and shit like that. I got to work on a build. Literally, these are real things. That's what I got to do. Like when I'm done streaming here, I got to finish the gamer music playlist, right? The video effects and all that stuff, because you can stream it online. So, you know, I got work to do. You know what I mean? So like, but I need that gear so that I can create that build so that I can, you know, whatever. And you're not like me, but you got other things besides creating build videos to do. And, you know, so when you finally, you know, you've been grinding for years, hours, months, days for this certain piece, and somebody comes and jacks it, that just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, right? And it's not about, oh, well, you shouldn't have gone into the Dark Zone. Some gear you can only get in the Dark Zone, right? Well, now there's named items and stuff like that, but you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, that's not the kind of feeling you want to give your player base, right? You don't want them to have a feeling of fucking regret and disappointment, major disappointment and frustration. Like, that's the little things that I think the devs need to work out. Like the things that we talk about that really bug you, you know? Like the curving grenade, the unlimited grenade, the grenade spanning, right? Like, we could all do without that. That doesn't make the game more difficult. It makes the game annoying. The healing stations, the number of healing stations, how powerful the healing stations are, the fact that they stack their healing stations on top of each other, like little dumb stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, I realize it makes it really hard, but it's not fun. We want hard fun. So I'd rather you throw in 6 or 7 more NPCs and get rid of the healing station. It's just, or weaken the healing. Both. Give me both. Give me a little bit weaker of a healing station and more NPCs to kill. You know what I mean? Whatever. But curving grenades and the unlimited drones and how fast she's deploying them. I mean, I've seen I think casino dealers, like blackjack dealers, fucking deal their cards slower than the drone operators can toss their shit out. You know? Yeah, Bama, he was, it was Lyrical Fighter, thank you. Yeah, he sounded like he's from the UK. And I don't know my accents real well, UK, inside to the UK, but sounded kind of northerner. These guys are annoying. Oh, fucking axe. So you know, I think I would that would be my feedback. You know, is that you know let's fix some of these things that have people throwing their controller across the fucking room or putting their fists through their monitors, as we were laughing at about this the other night. You know, they're like that kind of shit. It's just not fun. But let's let the game be a little fun and hard. Fun and hard, you know? I want both. And we can have that. We can have that, you know? And so by getting rid of some of these things that we complain about as an entire effing community, right? Entire community complains about that same stuff. The grenadiers, the drone operators, the, you know, whatever. It's just like, make it hard, but maybe they shouldn't spam him or be as accurate. The guy sniping you with his fucking shotgun. The defying the physics stuff is the stuff. It's like, let's just keep it physically accurate. She cannot fit that many drones in her backpack. So let's say after 120 drones, she doesn't have any more. You know what I mean? Can we do that? Can we give it a number? You know? Does that literally have to be infinite? I mean, she must be manufacturing drones back there, right? She's a drone manufacturer. She's a drone warehouse. It's basically fucking Snoopy's playhouse in her goddamn backpack. You know what I mean? Have you seen the inside of Snoopy's doghouse? It's like this infinite universe. LeJuan James. Noah Hernandez, what's up? LeJuan James. She's got a drone sweatshop in China somewhere. No, that's what I'm trying to say to you, man. Like, her backpack, I'm pretty sure is a province in China. You know what I mean? Like, that is China. It's like the northern province in China. And there's fucking a whole fucking street of factories parked inside her backpack. I'm sure of it. So if you're just joining us, we are featuring the Good Times LMG, and it's really good. I've never really used it. Not that I could ever remember. And which is really interesting. I don't know how this worked out because we just did a whole LMG series, and maybe I didn't have the Good Times at the time. You know, maybe I had a shitty version, or maybe I forgot about it. But we did a lot of LMGs. We did RPKs. We did the strongest LMG in the game, and I think that's maybe why it got overlooked. Right? We did the strongest LMG in the game, which was I believe it was the M60E or M60, one of the two. And then from there it was the L86, and then the RPK was third, and then we ended up featuring a lot on the RPK because it was such a good LMG, because it kind of handles like an assault rifle a little bit. Oh, you go from dude. See that recovery we just took? I mean, anyways, so somehow this got overlooked. Does anybody know off the top of their head what class, what LMG this is? What version? I mean, I could tell if I compare it to every LMG in the game, but it's slow as fuck, so it's one of those. But we really, if you guys remember, I don't know if you remember, but we really liked the M60 one. We really liked it when we put that one together. We really, the strongest assault rifle LMG in the game. It was really strong. It made it really fun. Fuck you guys. It made it really fun. But these certain, I'm not a big LMG fan, but I'm telling you guys, like, there's some of these LMGs do stand out and hold water, I guess you would say, right? They serve a purpose and they do it well. Like, I'm having fun with this one. It feels, to be honest with you, it's almost making the game too easy. You know, I'm taking damage and you see that, but I'm having conversations with you and I'm like hardly focused on what I'm doing here. And the reality is I should be pushing. I was talking about that earlier. Like, with this build setup, you can push to make the game, make it the build more, the juice worth the squeeze, because you got fast hands, you got this infinite reload, and so, which means you can play in tighter. You need two things to play in tight, right? Or three, really. Power, but more importantly, you need, well, you don't need, but like fast reloads and RPMs help you play in close, right? Because what ends up happening a lot is like an enemy will push on you and then you get caught in a reload situation and you're dead. So this solves that issue. It doesn't have the RPMs, but it's got such a high base weapon damage. It's so strong. Look at that base weapon damage, 176.9. I believe that's with the memento stacks. That's huge. Okay, that's huge. Look at the AKM, 161, right? Now there's a whole bunch you guys missed. We were talking like a lot of this stuff, right? But wow, you know, 2 minutes left to what, man? 2 minutes left, Tux? 2 minutes what? Am I missing a timer? Yeah, we tried it with Strikers. I can put it back on. Put it back on. It felt really good, and Strikers definitely worked. And that's how we ran it. We ran a legendary with Strikers, just so you know. And we didn't run it all the way through. We just ran the first like 3 control checkpoints and DUA, and it worked. And that's all it was tested. But I mean, I wouldn't run this solo legendary all the way. Could you? Yeah, I think you actually could. But in certain rooms, it kind of be a pain in the ass. Because it's a little too slow of a fire and, you know, acquiring targets and I don't know. Like the garage, for example, right? Like that would be a pain in the ass for this thing. The garage in District Union Arena. Could you do it? Absolutely. You could do it if you're just like really patient, but it would just be annoying. But yeah, Strikers works great. And then I just felt like, well, with Negotiators, it's because it's slow. Like some of these slower weapons, you know, that's putting out like a high base weapon damage. Then it's like, well, why not spread that high base weapon damage to multiple enemies, you know? But Strikers also feels good because it's giving you more handling, obviously RPM, and Strikers makes anything feel good. Ooh, yeah. I don't mind changing just to change it up, to tell you the truth. Oh, 2 minutes left on the server. Oh, thanks, bro. I'm not even paying attention. Holy shit, we might lose the server, guys. I forgot it was Monday night. I forgot. So let me show you the build real quick. So this is the good times. So we were saying damage to armor, damage to targets out of cover, right? So that combo is very valuable. Perfect to fast hand. So it's all about that basically continuous fire. And so I went with I decided on the smaller mag to go with rate of fire, but you could put on a bigger mag too. It's up to you. So I picked up some rate of fire there. Either way, it's not wrong. And then 4-piece Negotiators right now. And earlier we were running Strikers. So it's basically the same setup, just swap the Negotiators for Strikers. And then I just got crits everywhere. So tag 3 targets and just keep on dealing. Now I decided the Memento, we did try it with the, we lost the stream, but I did try it with the Negotiator's backpack, and it just like, because LMGs, you're taking a lot of damage as you're dealing a lot of damage. I like the ability to, whatchamacallit, to sustain that, to not disable the damage talent on your backpack, and to sustain some more damage. And so you can go with Vigilance, but then it's going to be disabled a lot. Now, if you go with Negotiator's backpack, that's a great option. That's probably better than Vigilance with an LMG. And then Negotiators is basically an equalizer. It's sort of the same diff, except you get the 30% weapon damage that cannot be disabled. And so I like that. And it's also giving me the regen, which allows me to take some damage as I'm dealing it, so I can stay out of cover longer and shoot more. So, but yeah, tons of fun, guys. I really like this build. So I guess I'll call it, because, you know, I guess we'll call it. So servers are shut down, but just a quick thing. Let me post this build video for you guys. So newest build here. Actually, paste. There we go. Hold on a sec. So that's the build I put out this morning or Monday morning. It's the Slaughter 2.0. So in the morning or in the next few hours, the gamer music playlist will be available for everybody that's a hardcore Bandito member level or higher on YouTube. So the gamer music playlist is exactly what it sounds like. I make a gamer music playlist. It's basically what you're hearing in the background here, but I update them. So the updated one is coming out as volume 6. And so you just got to be a hardcore member or higher to be able to stream them online or download them. Otherwise, you'll hear them during my live streams. So, all right, everybody, I appreciate it. Thanks for kicking it with me. Catch you tomorrow.
Tuxedo out.